Hello. It is here. It is now. The draft. Well, not now. Maybe about 15 minutes from now. But all the questions will turn into answers, which will turn into more questions. We're all going to hang out, let it slant through our brains, see what happens, mainly because we enjoy spending time together. The draft is when dreams come true. I was comparing it, Matt Waldman, to it's like getting to time travel to the future, but you don't understand what you see. And then you have to go back to the present. And then when you catch up to that future, then you understand it. We get to peek into the future, but we don't quite know what it means. We think we might know what it means. But I know every year it means I get to hang out with you and so many other great, smart football people. And here we are again.
That feels like Looper then. Maybe that's,
Sure.
which one's the baby that causes all those psychic trauma? That's what we kind of have to figure out.
Exactly. A lot of
You
psychic
know?
drama on draft day, yes.
But just before we even get started, just a little quick
Yeah.
house clean note I should have asked. Which channel are you watching for updates so that I can watch the other channel?
I have no channel. I just have
No
my
channel.
phone. So I
Okay.
think that I know people have said that they don't like when picks get spoiled. Right? If
Okay.
I spoil a pick, it will be by accident, or it might be in the chat room. I can't blame the chat room. I will assume. See, I shouldn't assume when the chat room knows something that everybody knows something. But yeah, I'm fully present for our
Okay.
Football Guys family.
Well,
Yeah.
look at that. There you go. Well, let's say hi to Rummy, who's a long
yeah.
time old school guy that
Oh,
we're just glad to have join us. We're graced by his presence. So
yeah.
that's
No,
awesome.
I see Devin out there, Lester, Michael, so many people, Pancakes, so many people that are part of our Football Guys family. Charlie, what's up, Charlie? Even on days that aren't as momentous as this one, but it is momentous. It's a momentous on a human level because again, most of these players are the culmination of a story that started 15 years ago that involves a cast of hundreds, if not thousands. It's an achievement that we assign to a name, a specific name, but really it's an achievement of, in a lot of cases, a community. And let's not lose that while we have tonight. But also, we get a look into the minds of these teams. As I like to say, Matt, they can't lie. And of course, it all starts with quarterbacks. Tonight's draft will start with a quarterback. It does seem like Jay Glazer, and usually when Jay Glazer says something, you can count on it. I don't know if it's 100% of the time, but he sounded pretty settled that Jaden Daniels will be the number 2 pick. And Tom Pelissero put out there just maybe an hour ago that looks like the Patriots are going to take Drake Maye. We've heard a lot about potential offers and things like that. And I'll start here, Matt, because if folks get your RSP, you still have time to get it before the post-draft RSP, which is what you need for your rookie drafts. Your rankings on Daniels and Maye, if the teams were advising you, or you were advising the teams, I'm sure you wouldn't say take a quarterback at 2 or 3, but they say we have to. You would not be telling them to take Daniels and Maye.
No.
So where do you think the difference is in like the NFL's process or these two franchises process and your process that creates that divergence?
I think I'm more representative of what now, at least from what I've seen of private quarterback coaches and maybe scouts who don't have to answer to upper management and they are more a reflection of what upper management has expectations with, and they can be outsized, somewhat impulsive expectations as well. So, one of the things here is that really they're looking for a player out of central casting that they can kind of protect their reputations with. So I always say covering their assets, because what they're really doing here is they're looking at someone who's got the big arm, size, all the things that they claim you can't teach, but really the important things that you can't teach, but they can't seem to be able to account for or at least justify or rationalize with a list of bullet points, such as processing speed, processing accuracy and confidence, game management in and outside the red zone, pocket management. Those are things that they think that those grow with adding water, and that water is experience. And to an extent, that's true. But if you just leave them in that heated atmosphere of NFL pressure and difficult defenses and coverage, you can oftentimes end up really ruining the product that you've put out there. And what we've seen over the years and sometimes it's happy accident, sometimes it's intentional, say with Jordan Love, is that if you give a player time, maybe some intermittent opportunities to start and sit, and you choose to let them sit at certain points where they're struggling, you don't get Sam Darnolds who are looking at Adam Gase and saying, I'm seeing ghosts on Monday Night Football, and Adam Gase is looking like he's seen demons, and won't even respond to him. You know, what you saw with that Sam Darnold Adam Gase exchange is just the worst dysfunctional environment that you could imagine for a young quarterback, because you don't even have a coach who will talk to you or say anything sensible as a result of that, because you have owner pressure on a lot of these things. So really the difference is that teams have fell into the trap of saying 5-year contracts, the CBA, we've got to get these guys out on the field right away, but they have a less than 35% hit rate on their first round quarterbacks. So how's that working out for you? Meanwhile, the players that have actually hit are oftentimes the players that they did allow to sit. Jordan Love was no way ready to play. Look what happened with him. Patrick Mahomes, whether you want to buy into the hindsight narrative by some people that he wasn't ready, he sat for a while and at least had Alex Smith, a good veteran, a competent veteran at the very least, for him to be able to learn some things that he needed to learn, such as progression reading in an offense, because he didn't do that at Texas Tech. We could go on and on with Drew Brees and Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre, Steve Young, as far back as that, or Steve McNair. I've mentioned all pros, MVPs, passing leaders, Super Bowl winners. And some of them were by accident. Some of them were by design. And I think that, Lamar Jackson, even, just adding another MVP to that list. Maybe we should start looking at this and saying, well, just because the hit rate's bad in the first round, it's even worse, later on. Well, that's fun economic thinking. That's a little bit of voodoo, if you ask me. It's really just to hang an excuse onto the fact that there's desperation. And if you ask quarterback coaches, they say if you actually gave some of these players a little bit more opportunity and time to develop, you probably have more quarterback talent than you do. So right now, what we're seeing is Drake May and Jaden Daniels are about to fall into teams where either the offensive line is bad or the receivers are non-existent from a starting caliber standpoint. And as a result of that, these guys are more likely to struggle if they're forced in early. And it looks like they probably will be in those two towns.
Yeah, we've seen a change with the new CBA. I think we've seen that teams are forcing quarterback picks and giving up on forcing the pick, forcing the player on the field, and then giving up on the player faster than ever before. Go back to the draft room just 3 years ago with Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Mac Jones. It's been a bloodbath. Trevor Lawrence has been okay, but this is
political.
Yeah,
think about it. I mean, it's there's that political ramification too. Because if you're a coach, you have to play the political game and go, well, if my quarterback doesn't hit by show enough in year 1 and doesn't hit by year 2, then my job is on the line in year 3. And so if they blame the quarterback, if the GM and the coach are able to, they're probably going to lose their jobs too. So they want to make quick decisions and get in and get out. If they say, let's stick with this guy that we drafted, and they don't work out well immediately, then, the cat's coming to get your dinner at this point.
Yeah, she is. This cat is so neurotic. She's probably going to be on the show a lot tonight. But, I do think you're right that it's political. I think we're going to be watching Justin Fields really closely in Pittsburgh to see if the way the league collectively moved on from him was too hasty. How much were they overlooking the environment he was in? How much were they overlooking that he, was never really offensive coordinator wise, or until maybe the last year he was there, set up with surrounding cast. You see them make the change at offensive coordinator with Shane Waldron. So, we're going to see Caleb Williams with a much better situation, an unprecedented situation for a number 1 overall quarterback. Makes sense because they weren't the team that was the worst team. And then Washington and maybe New England, it sounds like, again, right now, Drake Maye, they're not going to get the best situations. And Cliff Kingsbury, who was maybe the first to say, well, we don't have to get more data. 1 year of Josh Rosen is enough. And they were right. He didn't exactly make Kyler Murray into the quarterback that we hoped, because he had been pining for Kyler Murray for his whole coaching career, really, and finally had a chance to get him at the number 1 pick. So I'll ask you this before, we're going to jump in. Maybe one of the late trends that you would agree with or back is we're hearing a lot, either via trade or at their natural pick at 13, that the Raiders are going to make Michael Penix a first-round pick. Is this one that would, even for the very difficult to clear Matt Waldman first-round bar, is he a first-round quarterback?
I would say really the only first-round quarterback is Caleb Williams, but the one that I think is remotely acceptable after that is Michael Penix. If I'm just being realistic for the idea of this is how the NFL is, he's the one that I think can withstand the difficulties of being a first-year starter in a league that demands to put you in. So I would say that Penix is, to me, the number 2 quarterback in this class. And if the Raiders are doing that, well, I've got my Raiders cap on today, so you can see that I'm kind of hoping for that case myself. No, but seriously, yeah, it's just I would just look at it as that, is their offensive line decent enough? They have good receivers. I think that they check the boxes there on offense, that this is probably one of the better landing spots outside of Minnesota for any of the quarterbacks. And Penix to me just gets the Lamar Jackson treatment. I think that it's a different kind of treatment, but than Lamar Jackson. They're not saying that he's not a quarterback, but they're nitpicking him to death the way they've nitpicked a lot of quarterbacks to death in recent years and wound up being wrong about some of these guys. And I think Penix, maybe they are finally figuring this out. And I think that that's a good thing. And part of it is having Antonio Pierce as your head coach, who's actually watching football and maybe not blindsided by some of the subconscious biases that happen still today, even when people mean well and don't mean any ill intent, but sometimes that happens.
And I think that it's funny, too, that Antonio Pierce has a connection to Jaden Daniels. Minnesota has a connection through Josh McCown to Drake Maye. It's a closed circle, really, the football world, and it's impossible for these prospects to not already have some connections. Penix, I think, is interesting because it really can be a good case in what you value, what some types of NFL coaches value, and what they don't, because I think Penix and Daniels are going to be really interesting cases, and Bo Nix even, because of how much they've improved. But some people might say, well, if you give quarterbacks that long to improve in college, they should, and that's not anything special. Again, this is what's so great. I call it the cliffhanger of cliffhangers, because the cliffhanger tonight is the player selections and trades. But really, it takes years for us to see the true cliffhanger of how these players' careers go. And like you said, I mean, what they're surrounded by, offensive line to begin with, is really important. And then a coaching staff, an organization that is in alignment with, that sees them accurately for who they are. And then we go from there. I guess we're going to have Paul Perkisi here in a moment joining us for the first hour, as always.
Nice.
Hopefully it's not as painful as when he was here for the Daniel Jones pick. We'll see. Well,
the gift that keeps on giving.
For that matter, I mean, I guess that sounds like if this is all correct, that the draft will start at pick number 5. I don't think anybody's going to give the Cardinals what they want from Marvin Harrison Jr. Do you think that Marvin Harrison Jr. rises to that level of prospect where they should really be thinking of it more like the number 1 overall pick, number 1 non-quarterback? So if somebody wants to come up for number 4 for J.J. McCarthy, for Marvin Harrison Jr., for Malik Nabers, it should be that hefty of a entrance ticket? Or do you think maybe Harrison's been a little overrated during the draft season?
I think that if you're looking, there's the fantasy view and there's the reality view. The fantasy view, I think that there's a chance that he could be slightly overrated, only from the standpoint that they're expecting a Julio Jones type of number 1 as opposed to a player who gets borderline number one production and strong number two production on a regular basis, who's a part of a really good 1-2 punch. And I think that's really what he is in reality. And teams will value that enough to make a guy first round pick because he has what he does extraordinarily well. Now, the big question is, does he have more explosion and skill after the catch and than what was advertised in terms of a lot of scouting reports that seem to be out there? And, for me, I'd like to see a little bit more proof of concept with that. But if you're looking for a player who can give you, strong boundary work, red zone work, someone who's going to work open for you, who is going to do okay after the catch. You're not looking for him to be the next Anquan Bolden, or even the next Larry Fitzgerald in that respect. Right. But maybe, approaching that, I'm okay with that. And does that can translate to primary receiver skills, but it's not necessarily a slam dunk from that standpoint. So I think that if you're going to trade up to get that in this class with as much talent as there is, what you're making a bet on is that he's one of those players with the least downside. And really, as one scout mentioned to me today, he said the big philosophy that good teams have is that you can't win the first round, but you can lose the first round. And so Larry, you look at Marvin Harrison Jr., and you're probably looking at a player that the team might trade up for because they don't want to lose the first round. But I would say this other side of that is you have Malik Nabers, Odunze, a number of other players that you could look back and say, well, we traded up and gave away capital where we may have lost the first round by doing that because we were too worried. But again, it comes down to organizational fit as well. It's not just about the evaluation of one player, but it's the valuation of your roster as a whole and what you need to build in terms of building out your depth chart. And if you feel like that getting Marvin Harrison Jr. fits best for all the different options for your offense to grow and gives you more choices and freedom to build in different ways than you would building with Odunze or Nabers, then that's a win for you, no matter what the draft grades say at the end of the day, at the end of the week.
Yeah, and I think just real quick before we bring in our traditional first guest, I do think seeing what Kyler Murray did with DeAndre Hopkins and considering Kyler Murray's style, that some of the things you mentioned that Marvin Harrison do really well, and he's so dependable, that might be more important than an explosive player like Nabers, considering the style of play that Kyler Murray has. A great fit every year. If you guys don't know him, guys and gals, Paul Perticchese, Saturday to Sunday, always love getting to spend time with him. And Paul, it feels like 5 years ago, was it? that we were wondering about the Giants. Was it even at the 6th pick? I think it was.
Yes, it was.
6th pick. And now, at first, not as a draft analyst, although we're going to pick your brain a lot as the great draft analyst that you are. As a Giants fan, what are you hoping for? What are you expecting? What are you fearing as we wait for the picks to come off the clock?
Well, first off, just thanks for having me, guys. Always honored to be on the show with you guys. You and Matt, two of my favorite in the industry. You guys always help me out so much coming on my pod. So I love being able to reciprocate and join you guys here for the live draft show. And yeah, once again, last year, a little bit of a reprieve. Giants weren't picking in the top 6, top 8. So I didn't have that pressure as we were on here. But, I'm ready to make the move to get a franchise quarterback. It appears those late season wins may put a damper on that unless New England is willing to make a move. The guy that I was hoping for was maybe the trade up for Drake Maye. I know the reservations, the development and refinement that was needed, but I still saw a path to a ceiling and an upside with him that I thought meshed well with Brian Dable. We saw him kind of refine and hone in a little bit Josh Allen, and I was kind of that would be the guy. So I don't think New England, the tea leaves today started to sway back. My interest is peaked that New England is still taking offers, because if they love the guy and they had conviction, it's a little curious. We don't hear Washington taking offers tonight. We don't hear Chicago taking offers tonight. So if you have the conviction to love a player, I'd be surprised that New England is fielding offers if they love Drake Maye. But if we take him out of the picture, and the reason why I would want him is I do think my philosophy as a team getting a quarterback is I want to shoot for a guy who I think if he hits his ceiling could be top 5, could be top 8 in the league. You can envision a scenario where he's battling Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes in January or February. And if it all came together for Drake Maye, and that, 50-50 shot, as we see sometimes with these early round quarterbacks, maybe he could be Justin Herbert. And he was the guy I wasn't as high on coming out. And I've learned a little bit from that. I know Matt and I talked about Justin Herbert a little bit on my podcast as well. So I saw that ceiling. On the flip side, where I am a little reserved and where I don't want to be tonight is them making the pick and it be JJ McCarthy, or kind of getting bullied in. I heard you guys talking about Arizona before you guys brought me on, almost getting bullied by forcing the need to flip from 6 to 4 to get JJ McCarthy, and it costs you other additional assets, which they desperately need to kind of fill in that roster. So that would be the scenario where it's not that I don't like JJ McCarthy. And there's so many people in the industry who I respect tremendously who really, really like JJ McCarthy. Like, people who I respect their work. But I just look at him as a guy who I think his ceiling is somewhere in that Brock Purdy, Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins territory, which is a good starter. And if you have a perfect supporting cast around, maybe you can make a really deep run. Maybe you can make a Super Bowl. But I just think once you get to that second contract, and other things kind of have to go by the wayside a little bit in terms of the amount of high-end players you can put around them, I'm not sure he can elevate a team like we see those top-end quarterbacks doing, and that's what I want to take my swing on. So Maye's the one I wanted. McCarthy's the one I fear. I'd walk out of here in an hour and a half or so after talking to you guys, be really happy if it's any of the wide receivers. So we'll kind of, I think, see how this plays out.
I was going to ask if they either two questions. One, either they traded back or decided to go at a position other than quarterback. What would you like to see? And then I guess the other follow-up question, just based on what you mentioned there, do you have any thoughts about the idea that maybe the upside of quarterbacks is what's going on between their ears as opposed to what's going on with their frame? I mean, because I feel like that sometimes we look at the upside and we're looking at the upside of, well, look at Josh Allen and Trevor Lawrence or someone like that, and you can see the physical upside, so that's pretty apparent. But but at the same time, you look at Brock Purdy or Kirk Cousins, and I would say while the upside isn't as great when they hit with a strong team around them, all things are equal, they still compete very well with the big armed, big bodied players, and those guys only win. Those big bodied, big armed players only win if they have surrounding talent too. So I'd love for you to comment on both things, like what the Giants are, what you'd like to see the Giants do, and then just that thought about physical upside versus between the ears upside.
Yeah, so if they go to the wide receivers, I think it's a very interesting dynamic, because I think if Marvin Harrison somehow didn't go to Arizona, like say they got a Godfather offer from Minnesota and they moved out, I think he'd be the guy that offers the combination of highest ceiling, highest floor. But I think he's going to be off the board. So it comes down to Malik Nabers and Rome Odunze. I've been having conversations with people all day that I think Nabers offers that explosiveness, that big playability, that I would slightly favor that. But I do think there's a lot of things that are pulling the gravity towards Rome Odunze when you're talking about, is there influence from John Mara? They went through the Odell Beckham situation. They went through the Kadarius Toney situation. I don't want to say Malik Nabers is any of those, but you just hear some things that maybe there's some diva to him. And I know a lot of wide receivers have that. But he offers the explosiveness, but does he fit as well with Jalen Hyatt or Wan'Dale Robinson? Maybe you don't even take that into consideration when you're picking this high. But then on the flip side, Rome Odunze, he does fit better with what they currently have on the roster. He is arguably, I think, one of the safest prospects in this entire draft, because he can run routes, he can separate, he's got ball skills, he's got body control. The work ethic, just from what you hear, seems to be through the roof. So I'm leaning towards, I think it's Odunze, but I would slightly want Malik Nabers because I don't want that other stuff to be the deciding factor. I want them to take the guy who they think is the highest ceiling, the best player. I think what Brian Dable's scheme creates is a lot of after the catch stuff. So I think that would benefit Malik Nabers a little bit more than Odunze. So I do think it's going to be one of those wide receivers. If it's not the quarterback, I'd be very surprised unless they trade back. And then that opens up maybe offensive line or some other positions. And then to take it to the quarterback question. Yeah, I think it's a great question. And I think it's one of those things where if we had the ability to put them on the whiteboard, if we had the ability to interview them and see some of, the mental progression reading and, what's in between the ears, I think that might sway a little bit in terms of like, from the outside perspective, just watching them on film, I think it's very easy just to look at the athletic ability and the physical traits. And we see, guys like Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen have those high-end physical traits. And we've seen guys without those physical traits be successful. I don't think it's as frequently, but I do think it's a scenario like I've seen Brock Purdy take the 49ers, and I question, can they get over the hump? And if they have to pay him $50 million and it comes at the expense of, them trading Brandon Ayuk tonight or Deebo Samuel, do they have as good of a roster? I think we sometimes hold every quarterback to the Patrick Mahomes level, and it's so unfair because what he can do is just so, he might go down as the greatest ever. And, somehow they were able to take Tyreek Hill away from him, and it has literally impacted them not at all in terms of winning. So I do think sometimes maybe we overvalue those physical athletic traits a little bit. And I think personally for me, I think it's a little bit as we don't get to have that one-to-one interviews and really push their understanding from the whiteboard perspective that maybe might sway sometimes the opinion a little bit in terms of the mental versus the physical.
Just to put a coda on this conversation, I love how you talked about Odunze, and all I could think of is that Darius Slayton is basically, if he went to a hypnotherapist and it worked, he'd be from Odunze. Bloom, you're on mute. Gene Bramwell.
That was in honor of Dr.
There
Gene.
we go.
That was in honor of Dr. Gene. It is funny that we have, CD Lamb doesn't show up for voluntary workouts. And I can't remember the receiver. Was it Jefferson? Justin Jefferson not showing up to some voluntary workouts. And Darius Slayton. Ooh, Darius Slayton wants some money. But yeah, I think that every Giants fan should rest easy if they take a wide receiver at number 6, because the best 3 prospects in this class are wide receivers. And it's going to help whoever the next quarterback is, even if it isn't somebody they take in this draft. None other than talking about Jay Glazer. He actually just posted something a few minutes ago. He said, what I think at the start, 6 quarterbacks go in first half. First half. I guess he means of the first round. And wow, if you're a team sitting at 14, 15, 16, boy, do you love the sound of that, like in Indianapolis, for instance. And then that's the thing. When you get your quarterback, you can take advantage of all the quarterback desperation, have players fall to you that shouldn't fall to you. He says, after the top 3 wide receivers, everyone's completely split. Everyone all over the board on the top 2 corners, even split on them. Teams love running back depth, but not in the first, and we won't hear many defensive players called in the top half of the draft. I wonder if he means in the top half of the first round.
Anybody know the lyrics to Closing Time?
Right?
Yeah.
Is it Tom Waits? Oh no, you're thinking of the that's a Tom Waits album. But yeah, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of people drinking. I mean, that's the whole thing. And look, part of the reason that I led with Paul as a Giants fan is I hope for everybody. And by the way, I gotta say, I mean, Robert Wright, folks, if you like that I'm here talking fantasy football with you, Robert Wright is one of the people that it would not be possible without encountering him very early on. And maybe Bo Jackson, our buddy, he's one of my favorite people to be around when it comes to football, or just to be around. But football's our handshake, and we become part of each other's lives. But it all starts with that emotional connection to a team or emotional connection to the games. And hopefully everybody, even though we are either making analysis or consuming analysis for at least a moment tonight, gets back to that state of just merely being a fan. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy the thrills and chills. Enjoy the twists and turns. But Paul, speaking of twists and turns, how egregious of like 1 to 10 on the outrage meter. How egregious is it if 6 quarterbacks go, and let's not say the first 16 picks, so the first 13 picks, if that's what we get, how many people are getting fired? It was Caleb Williams off the board officially, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, we know how starved teams are for quarterbacks, and I think we're seeing it. Like, we sat here a couple years ago, and like we saw teams have some self-control, right? Like let Kenny Pickett go to like what was it? He was like the early 20s, right? And then we saw Matt Corral and Malik Willis, and fall to the third round. And we said, listen, maybe teams are getting a little bit smarter, not just pushing quarterbacks up the board. And while I think Michael Penix and Bo Nix are superior talents to the guys that we're talking about who went to the third round a couple years ago, I do think people are passing on really high-end prospects, right? Like, there's a scenario where like JJ McCarthy can get taken ahead of Marvin Harrison Jr., who arguably is the best player in the draft. Like, we're going to see a scenario where it's not inconceivable that Bo Nix and Michael Penix literally get taken almost before every single defensive player in this entire draft class. That to me is you're reaching for guys where if the Giants didn't get a quarterback at 6, I spoke to Matt a couple, last 2 weeks ago on the show and said maybe they'd be the team that really looks to move into the late round 1 or early round 2. And they're like the Tennessee last year getting Will Levis, and maybe the Giants were intrigued by Bo Nix or Michael Penix, and that would be an interesting move at the top of the second. They're not even going to be close to the top of the second or the late first round. And when Jay Glazer speaks, it usually comes with a pretty solid understanding that it's probably going to happen. So I do think teams like Vegas, who I think are probably in the mix, Denver and Minnesota, it sounds like they know that they're probably going to be boxed out of the quarterbacks towards the top of the draft. And they're looking to say, okay, we don't want to wait and see if they fall to the late part of round 1 or early part of round 2, that they're going to pull the trigger on it. Maybe it speaks volumes of this draft class. While it's really top heavy, I don't think there's a lot of certainty around the defensive players. And I do think it's a very deep draft at O-line and a deep draft at wide receiver. So these teams might be saying, yeah, we could take Brian Thomas, or, we can take, the 6th offensive lineman or 5th offensive lineman, or in the second round, we can go get a pretty solid offensive lineman or a really talented wide receiver, and we're going to push the quarterbacks up the board. But you're probably passing on superior talents and you're hoping to hit on the quarterback. But as I said before, what are you hoping for when you draft Michael Penix? Who are you hoping he becomes? Is that good enough to take you where you want? And the same conversation with Michael Penix. And personally, I think it's the same conversation with JJ McCarthy. What do you want him to become that you're like, yes, this was worth the investment? If you're just okay with good starter, then I think you're fine. Then maybe they can become that. I think they do have the talent to become good starters in the NFL. I just don't know, where we do have a lot of high-end quarterback play in the league right now, is that good enough is the question that I struggle with. And I struggle with as a Giants fan and just in a general football fan. Is it good enough to just say, yeah, we want him to be a solid starting quarterback?
Yeah, I think, and Brock Purdy, there's a couple of quarterbacks hanging over these conversations now. And the names have already come up. Brock Purdy is one. And I suppose the big question about Brock Purdy is, if you put Brock Purdy anywhere else, can his team make the Super Bowl? And what you're talking about, Paul, although of course I'm struck by the idea that if one play, any number of plays, you can pick any number of plays. If one play goes differently in the Super Bowl, then we're talking about Brock Purdy as a Super Bowl winning quarterback. And at that point, ask Joe Flacco. At that point, no one's going to question contracts. No one's going to question whether you were elite. And then Jordan Love. And and Matt, you've been banging the drum about this forever, about giving quarterbacks time. And even Jordan Love, what I thought was really interesting about him is he did go through some struggles. If you remember his trajectory last year, there was a bit of time in the middle of the season where if you were watching the Packers, you were saying, I don't know, it doesn't look like Love is it. And then they said his teammates actually believed in him, and his teammates really had his back during that period. And they cited that as something very important. But that comes back to team building, that comes back to psychology, that comes back to a lot of things that we don't just see when we're watching. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, and Bloom, I mean, let's talk about Purdy and Love. And Purdy first. It's a popular commentary, and it's deservingly so, a popular commentary to wonder aloud, if he were somewhere else, would he be the quarterback he is right now? From a developmental standpoint, likely not, but he's there now. And this is something that we need to understand, that quarterback is a performance stage craft. And so when you talk to stage performers, when you talk to people who have to get up there and perform and interact with other players, whether it's musicians, ensembles, whatever it is that you're looking at, when you get to play with really good people who don't screw up and you don't have to account for their screw ups and overthink things, you level up faster. You get better. And so then if you get better, well, you're already there. Now the things that you were good at, such as processing information and making accurate throws and being able to anticipate and fit it into tight windows, those things didn't happen simply because your offensive line did it for you. They just gave you the time to see it and let it go. And so that's the difference between, say, Brock Purdy and Mac Jones. And that's a fair assumption that Dan Orlovsky made last year. But when you look at it from that perspective, now that he's leveled up, he is a good quarterback. And if you moved him somewhere else now, he would be a good quarterback. Now, would he be as good as he is on the 49ers? No, but would Patrick Mahomes be as good as he is on the Chiefs? As, you know, a lot of people would say it's sacrilege to say he wouldn't be. But if you put him in let's see, Tennessee's offense with that offensive line, he would still be better than most who were in that situation, but he would not be the Mahomes we see right now. And if he had started his career in that Tennessee situation and moved to Kansas City, there'd be a lot of people on a lot of shows talking about, well, they're making a big bet on Mahomes and he's never done X. He's never hit Y. He's never had this many things. And it would still be a projection. So, I mean, I think sometimes you got to put the shoe on the other foot. And it looks like Washington made their pick.
Yeah. Yeah, we wait for that. Adam Peters, first-time GM. Real quick, Paul, why was Caleb Williams the clear number one pick? What are the Bears getting? Is this finally going to be the quarterback that ends the drought for Chicago?
Yeah, I mean, I think he offered the best package in terms of upside and floor, combination of arm talent, being able to play within the pocket, but also be able to play and improvise second reaction plays, throwing on the move. I think that Caleb Williams in this, and he had to try to play a lot of hero ball. I mean, constantly coming from behind with USC's defense, put in a lot of, situations where he was being forced to throw. There was no possibility of the run. But I do think when you combine the arm talent, and it's not elite. I think his arm talent is good to very good, but in the ability to change the trajectory, to put touch on it, to be an anticipatory thrower, to throw with good accuracy and ball placement, I think the combination of all of them made him the top quarterback in this class. And I do think they're going to surround him, whether it's a wide receiver at 9, whether it's, a tight end, Brock Bowers or whatever. I mean, they already got him Keenan Allen, which I think is going to, provide, tremendous, value, that veteran presence. They got DJ Moore. They got a lot of stuff already in place. We don't usually see a rookie quarterback selected towards the top of the draft have as much in place in terms of skill players. They've started to build up that O-line. So I think he kind of lands himself in that right environment that we talk so much about, where, with New England on the clock, like what kind of environment is that? Whether if they make the pick here and it's Drake Maye or JJ McCarthy, look at the environment that quarterback's going into than what Caleb Williams is going in. So I think he's in the right environment to succeed. He's got the physical traits, we've seen him perform in big moments and show the ability to take over games and to play from in the pocket and outside the pocket. So I do think the Bears got it right. I think he will be the guy that takes the Bears back to being very relevant and a playoff caliber team year after year.
Yeah, the NFC North getting real interesting now with Detroit coming back. The Detroit night to shine. The day after they signed the offensive tackle and wide receiver that they rebuilt, well, a 4th-round wide receiver becoming one of the highest paid wide receivers in Sun God, Amon-Ra St. Brown. But we got the pick in, and as Michael Vidala, love you, Mike, pointed out in the chat room, Cecil never flinched. Guys, as far back as February, Cecil said the pick's going to be Jaden Daniels. And whenever I would bring up, well, someone said this, they did this visit and all this stuff. Jaden Daniels says he might want to play somewhere else instead. Like he wishes he was, going. No, it is Jaden Daniels to Washington. Matt, I'm going to start with you here because I think it was Zach Kruger put out there the pressure to sack stat. And basically the idea that college quarterbacks, with very few exceptions, if they were taking sacks like 20% or more of the time they were pressured, it was not a good sign for how they were going to adjust to the pros. And Jaden Daniels did not score well at that. Is that something that you noticed when you were watching him? And I know you don't have him as the number 2 quarterback. Why not?
Mainly because while some people say that his processing is good, I would say it's spotty at best, where, sometimes when you look at it and just count that, oh, he made a second read. Oh, he made a third read. It's not whether you made the read. It's not whether you looked to a third receiver. It's whether you actually let the ball go to the correct receiver at the right amount of time. And sometimes what happens is that he comes off progression reads too early. And just as he's turning away to break a pocket or to turn to somebody else, the receiver that he was waiting for breaks open. So he's not putting 2 and 2 together at the level that you would like to see. He's more of a straight line runner than he is a Lamar Jackson type. I think that, I compared him more to a Robert Griffin, Marcus Mariota type. And then when they added Marcus Mariota, it was kind of, if you go by the theory that the team adds a free agent quarterback that is a lot like the system, fits the system that they want to run in theory, but maybe not quite as well as what they hope the rookie quarterback will eventually grow into. Well, Marcus Mariota kind of was a good foretelling of Jaden Daniels because they're both similar in style of how they play. So Daniels has potential from that end as a reader of the field. But to me, the bigger concern wasn't so much the sack rate and whether that's sticky or not, as much as it is how quickly he's going to abandon the pocket, how quickly or how long he's going to stay in the pocket, and whether or not he has a timeliness with managing information. And I think that that's the problem, is that if he takes too long, he is going to get sacked. And he is not as creative of a runner. He has to be schemed to really get the most out of his gains. And I think that in the same way that Griffin had to be schemed, the way that Mariota had to be schemed, it's going to work early on where you can scheme things open, where you have a lot of the Baker Mayfield at Oklahoma read option, RPO, that's Carson Wentz type of stuff, where it looks like he's making multiple reads when he's really only making 1 or 2. So it's both him and Drake Maye, who we'll talk about, I'm sure, soon enough, give you a chance to have some upside with their game. The problem is that being slow readers of the field, being players who don't manage situational football as well as they need to, there's a long laundry list of guys who never got there. Right. Starting, we could go from early first round picks like Mitchell Trubisky and Drew Lock as great examples of that. Zach Wilson as an example of that. And I think that that's part of the concern here, is that you just ran Sam Howell out of town, and he took a lot of sacks, and some of those were on him, but some of them were also on the fact that he's a young quarterback and maybe he needed time to develop that processing speed and confidence on a level that the NFL doesn't give time to. And well, it's time to put another piece of meat onto the skillet and turn up the heat and see what we get here. But they're not changing the recipe, and that's my concern here.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a question for you, Paul. We know the Giants aren't going to trade up for Drake Maye because the Patriots have taken him at number 3. Should Washington have taken Drake Maye over Jaden Daniels?
I think it's a tough question to ask. I think Matt really laid out the concerns about Jaden Daniels and the development and refinement needed. And I think there's just as much refinement and growth in Drake Maye needed. I will say the one thing that we have seen Jaden Daniels over his Arizona State days to his LSU days showed development and growth. The question I think now becomes is how much more can he continue to develop and grow? Where I think you could, on the flip side, say Drake May's really only been playing 2 years, a lot of reps. Maybe there's more growth and refinement still to his game because, Jane Daniels had 5-6 years of total years, like it was in college, to kind of grow and develop into who he is. Is he maxed out, or can some of that, the concerns they're going through progressions and not taking off so quickly, can that still be developed even further, where he's getting put into a situation that's not ideal? I mean, they have some nice skill players, but it's not nearly as good as Chicago, or if he ended up in Minnesota or somebody like that. So I think it's tough. I personally think the ceiling of Drake Maye is a little bit higher than Jaden Daniels. And I think there's more growth and potential growth to still go for Drake Maye.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of inconsistencies that he has to clean up. And whether it's the mechanical stuff, the footwork stuff, falling away as he's throwing, that stuff's not going to fly in the NFL. That stuff's got to be cleaned up. And my case for him was, if he puts it all together, this is the ceiling. Was it 25% chance he puts it all together? Was it 40%? That's, we'll see. And we talked about, the supporting cast now, not ideal. If I was pulling the trigger, I think I would have picked Drake Maye, but I could see both sides of that. I think it's hard to kind of see what you want. I think the one thing about Jaden Daniels that you could fall back on is he does have, even though Drake Maye is a good athlete, I think there's a little bit more of a running component that might put a little more fear into defenses with Jaden Daniels, that might give him a little bit of a leeway, a little bit of an out in that regard, as he's trying to continue to refine his passing game.
My only question when I think about this, Washington and New England and these two quarterbacks, is with Cliff Kingsbury, Drake Maye, some of the analysis Drake Maye is, well, in 2023, you don't see the franchise quarterback like you do in 2022. In 2022, he was running an air raid offense. Cliff Kingsbury, I mean, what's the disconnect? Maybe some people have speculated, boy, it seems like ownership might be leaning in Washington the way they have in other organizations. I don't know, but quarterback.
Is it just possible that New England scouting team just looked at Drake May's picture right here and said,
right,
he kind of looks like Tom?
Yeah,
because
right.
I mean, look, I mean, considering the kind of the scouting aura of the Steve Belichick book, but then behind the Wizards curtain, we saw that they basically had coaches in late January to mid-February basically undercutting their scouting staff by saying, no, this is what we need. And we're going to take a look at these players, basically probably running through some bleary-eyed late night all 22 film to countermine a year or year and a half worth of scouting reports to say, this is what we want, rather than telling them ahead of time and everyone working together. Maybe that's why they all they ever had was good slot receivers, and they couldn't seem to pick anything else with any level of consistency when it came to their offense. I would argue that, if they're right about Drake Maye, they picked everything that Paul said. That could be a great argument for him. He could buy time. He's tough in the pocket. He's someone that will take the hit. He'll give you some of what Ben Roethlisberger gave you at his best, from that standpoint, and that's admirable. But he's going to have to get his game together in a way that Ben Roethlisberger had his game together in. And if that's not there, then, well, New England just proved that it wasn't Bill Belichick that was the problem. It was actually, this team basically just ensconced in old school draft beliefs that don't work. And,
Right.
They weren't very good before Bill Belichick. Well, they did have that Parcells guy, but
Right.
It's been a while. So I'll just say it's not great.
Yeah. I mean, New England, there's a lot here with Elliot Wolf. And it was a really good piece, a long piece about his whole journey of, Ron Wolf's son, all the way to GM of New England, different jobs that he was passed over where he thought he was going to get those jobs. But finally, at a point in his career, he chose New England over trying to make it somewhere else. And now he's gotten that shot. Although we know, again, that maybe ownership is leaning in a little bit there. We do have the first non-quarterback, Arizona. And I think what it comes down to it is just Washington, New England, Arizona looked at these players and they valued them so that nobody was going to be able to trade up for them, not even Minnesota for 3 first-round picks, although the Giants were a more interesting trade possibility because New England still could have probably gotten J.J. McCarthy there. But we got Marvin Harrison Jr., Paul, Arizona. I like this pick a lot. I think that he's a number 1 overall quality player, as Matt said, partially because his floor is just so high. You have no fears about how the Matt Waldman great emotional divide. I mean, coming from a football family and performing at such a high level already across quarterbacks, we talk about some of these quarterbacks like, oh, well, how they did it different programs or with different surrounding players. Marvin Harrison, after CJ Stroud left, was still a player that basically, I know one of the stats out there is he was double teamed something like 16% of the time. Do you feel like Arizona made the right move here, or maybe they should have thought of a trade down a little more?
No, I think Arizona made the right move here. I think trading back, especially if it was all the way to the Vikings, would have really required them to have a secondary deal already set up to move back up. Because if I'm Arizona, I don't want to lose the ability to take any of these 3 wide receivers. And I think if you were going all the way back to, say, Minnesota at 11, you put yourself at risk to losing these 3 wide receivers. And I think when you said it, you can make the case if you're just basing on pure talent, they just got the best player in this draft at number 4 because those were the teams ahead of them all needed quarterbacks. And in a different scenario, you're talking about Marvin Harrison's skill set could have warranted being a wide receiver being taken first overall if it was a year that just didn't have that prototypical quarterback at the top of the draft. You don't usually see guys that have dominated on the college game for as long as he's had. The refinement in his routes, in his release packages, in the separation at the top of his routes, the ability to stack the defensive backs, the ability, is he great after the catch? No, but he's good enough after the catch. That's like if you're really trying to nitpick, maybe he doesn't have blazing speed, and that's why he maybe chose not to run the 40, which I think that might start to become more norm for some of these guys at the top of the drafts. But you just combine his entire package of the route running, the body control, the ability to adjust, the hands, the varying his route tempo. There's so much to like his game. He already comes in almost playing like he's already a 4-year season vet, and he hasn't even stepped on the football field yet.
Yeah, that's the thing is his game, refined, polished, precise, a technician. He's got some tremendous physical tools to go along with that, but he's just such an advanced receiver. And Arizona being able to get him is a pretty big deal. And now we go more wide receivers probably in the next few picks. We'll see. But it also looms over this day. Right before this draft started, it was announced that A.J. Brown got a 3-year, $96 million. Look at what the Eagles are doing. The Eagles are basically their Super Bowl windows, and they have a Super Bowl penthouse rooftop pool. Basically, it's wide open. They've made sure that they have all those pieces in place, and it was John Robinson's decision to trade him for Treylon Burks, basically not wanting to pay him. Now you see him getting to his second contract with the Eagles. These wide receiver decisions becoming really, really important. And as we wait for the Chargers, when we look at what the Chargers are doing, I guess, you know what, I want to start just as a, Matt, because you're in the bunker, you're in the RSP bunker. So we really haven't got to talk about this. What do you think about Jim Harbaugh as an emperor coach in his second go round in the NFL? Do you think this is going to be when the Chargers finally change their ways?
Well, we'll see how stubborn he is in his second go round. Has he learned something, and is he going to apply it? And I think that he's a good enough coach that you would think that he has, because I think good coaches tend to keep lists of things and write down what it is that they wouldn't do or wouldn't do again. And I think Harbaugh's had enough stops in and around that he's going to be a little bit wiser. Now, he's going to have some core beliefs. So there's going to be things that people are going to say that he's a little bit stubborn about. But I think that it's going to take some time for the organization to change its culture, because one person doesn't change a culture overnight. We know this. Even if someone has a vision to change a culture, from what it was to what it is, it's going to take at least a year or two. You've worked wherever you work, you know that that's the case. So I think that he can be a good reason for that. I do want to add before we go continue on with the Chargers. I think it's a good fit for Marvin Harrison in Arizona, just from the standpoint of you look at its depth chart right now. Michael Wilson is more of a flanker than he is a split end. And so putting Harrison at split end, and Harrison to me was an upper middle class Larry Fitzgerald. That's what you're looking at. I mean, I know that there's a lot made about him as a technician. He does have some little things to clean up with his hands that I think against defenders that he's now going to face, because there's not a better receiver on the roster or an equal receiver on the roster to him. We're going to see him drop some passes that you're going to be surprised about. I'll just tell you that. Does it make him a bad prospect? Not at all. He's still going to probably be 1,000-yard receiver out the gate and be very promising. But he may be that guy that we're going to see against the top corners in big play moments go, oh, he just needs a little more seasoning, which is what you're going to hear the common kind of narrative push, when it really is that he needs to get into the off season and focus on some technical things. But back to the Chargers. I mean, we're about to get the pick.
Yeah, the pick is in. So the
know.
Giants will have an opportunity to take JJ McCarthy if they want. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, yeah, and you mentioned something real quick. I want to touch on, name, image, likeness, and how it's changing college football. We are seeing, speaking of Harrison not running, we are seeing more players not doing the full testing. Good for them. Good for them.
It's a circus anyway.
Yeah,
it's a
RFID
carnival.
data. They have game data. You can observe it. You can observe players' traits on film. They don't need to be doing this. They're smart to not do it. Also, Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison aren't going to have agents. And so, we saw how everyone reacted to that.
And there's actually at least a 0.15 differential with 40 times, because the NFL Combine uses the third best out of 4 methods for actually timing players. And we're going to let one of our guests explain that in more detail, because he's done that on a podcast that we did together, Brandon Angelo, who is a track and field specialist, who's done a great job of breaking that down. So if you know that you're on a either slower track, or that you're being used in a system that's going to determine maybe $1 million or a couple $1 million for you based on draft slot because of a poor tracking and poor operations, method for doing this, why would you participate? That would be horrible for an agent to suggest that they go through that. Rather go through the speculation and keep their money.
So the pick is in. And yes, sometimes Jim Harbaugh, I know there was a point in the process around the owners' meetings where folks were saying, well, he just shut up about J.J. McCarthy. Everybody's rolling their eyes. Jim Harbaugh. And, of course, who benefits the most from J.J. McCarthy going number 4 would be the Chargers, so it made sense. But you also saw Jim Harbaugh talk about offensive line. And people look back at when Harbaugh was with the Niners and said, well, the Niners didn't go offensive line early, so maybe that doesn't mean anything. It means something. The other interesting thing here is I think 5 or 6 big name mocks that all came out either last night or this morning all had the Alabama tackle J.C. Latham going to the Chargers at number 5. And it was a tackle, and it was the pick I think a lot of people had as the top tackle on the board. Notre Dame's Joe Alt. We'll see what the Tennessee, a lot of people had him going to Tennessee at number 7. Instead, he goes to the Chargers at number 5.
Big Ten, baby. Big Ten. He's not a Big Ten guy, but Michigan plays those guys, so they know.
I mean, Notre Dame is an honorary Big Ten team.
Yep.
Paul, do you agree with Harbaugh in the position and the player when Malik Nabers is on the board?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Chargers there are kind of rebooting everything going on there. So I think for them, it should have been about best available player. So to me, if Joe Alt is their highest rated player, then I could understand getting behind that, having bookend tackles now between him and Staley to keep Justin Herbert upright and healthy. I think they need to double dip at the wide receiver position, probably round 2 or 3, and then in the 4th round again. So I think the philosophy of building from inside out makes sense for Jim Harbaugh, makes sense for his personality. Joe Alt is a fantastic prospect in his own right. I do think, it'd be interesting to see, is he going to be kicked over to the right side? This is a guy who is very late to football. He's much more athlete than like long-term football player, but he's got tremendous footwork, tremendous movement skills, great length, good instincts, hand usage. He's good pass protector and in run blocking. So it's not like he's even like a liability in either. So I think it makes sense for Jim Harbaugh and what he wants to bring there. But you're looking at their wide receiver group, and it's right there as the least amount of talent of anyone in all of football. So I do think it's something they have to really strive for. Maybe they get involved in a trade scenario, but they just moved off because of salary cap issues. They're higher priced wide receivers. So I don't think they're going to go down the Brandon Ayuk or T. Higgins route, but I do think they're going to look to get some wide receivers day 2 and day 3 to try. But they're looking to build inside out, and I think it does fit Jim Harbaugh's personality, so it does make sense to me.
Yeah, it makes sense too. I mean, what's really funny, I think there's another Michigan receiver in this draft. Whoever we're talking about, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Nico Collins, there's all these Michigan wide receivers. Matt, you can talk about this. Was it harder to evaluate wide receivers when they were Michigan wide receivers? Because, Roman Wilson this year, we're having to guess or just say project or say we have to be agnostic about it, because it does seem like wide receivers in Michigan on their way to the national championship, on their way to, rebuilding the program, weren't a big part of how they rebuilt the program. Do you agree with what the Chargers, Joe Hort's new general manager, Jim Harbaugh, did with this pick?
Yeah, because you should be building from the inside out anyway. And if your trenches are weak, it really doesn't matter what you have at wide receiver. You're basically putting the frosting before the cake. So he's getting the batter ready to build that cake. And I think that's, you can do whatever you want. And this is really, we taught, some of us really like Jaden Reed, but if the Packers didn't have, would we be arguing, if they didn't have a good offensive line, it would be kind of bass backwards basically to be, picking Addison or picking someone earlier, Quentin Johnston, who was picked early, as opposed to picking, along the offensive line, because the offensive line is going to support everything you want to do on offense. And who would know better? Who would know better than that than a head coach with as much success as Jim Harbaugh and a former quarterback? So Jim Harbaugh knows football. And so, and I'm sure that he was an influence in that decision-making in that room with the GM. So the GM, that's good that they listened.
Yeah, and the Packers, you mentioned them, just good picks and good development guys like Elgton Jenkins. Now they have another tackle coming up after, David Bakhtiari. He's not doing so well, and Zach Tom. Makes you wonder what maybe they can do with Andre Dillard. Remember when everybody thought, probably myself included, that the Texans made a mistake not trading up for Andre Dillard. Now he's on his third team. Titus Howard looks pretty good. Paul, it's time. It's time for the Giants to pick. And interestingly enough, after all the speculation about this draft, it has gone according to plan. I don't know if the Giants could have had a plan to take Malik Nabers, but I think if we would have talked about this morning, Paul, we would say 80% chance he's going to be there, and he's there, and he's the newest Giant. Your analyst hat, your fan hat, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I think it was the right pick. Like I said, if they had conviction on Drake Maye and they wanted to go up and get him, I would have supported that. But I do think you can make the case, and there's been a lot of people over the last couple of weeks that have said, some people look at the wide receiver, this in the draft and have Malik Nabers over Marvin Harrison Jr. or have it as a 1A, 1B because of that explosiveness, like that ability to, I don't even think he's a fully refined route runner yet. I think he just gets away on his athletic ability being so amazing that he creates separation. I still think there's even some route refinement that could even take his game to another level. So I think when you look at a player like him, whether you want to say prime Odell Beckham in terms of ceiling, upside, whether you want to say some Antonio Brown to his game, I think that's the kind of player we're talking about. And like, if you compared him to last year's draft class, he's far superior. He's a wide receiver 1. Probably same thing with Odunze. It just happened to be with the quarterback hungry teams at the top and Marvin Harrison Jr. that a talent like Malik Nabers is sitting there for the Giants at 6. I don't even think it's inconceivable on their board that they might have had him as the number 1 wide receiver. And I talked about it before. If you take some of those off the field or character things, just whether they're right or wrong or real or not real, and you just talk about his style of play for what Brian Dable and Mike Kafka, they like to put people in space, those crosses, those slants, get a guy can make things after the catch. Nabers is arguably the best in the class at that, the explosiveness. I think they want an identity on offense. And now when you look at their wide receiver trio, and we'll see, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Darius Slayton trade potentially tomorrow or day 3, maybe for a 4th round pick or something like that, where they can go after a running back or tight end. Because I do think they look at it now with Malik Nabers, with Jalen Hyatt, and with Wan'Dale Robinson. You're talking about guys who have an explosive ability, all taken in the last 3 drafts back to back to back. This, consecutive years now making these picks, this regime made those picks. So I think they're building an offense that they want now around these 3 wide receivers. This isn't any Dave Gettleman leftovers. They chose Wan'Dale Robinson aggressively 2 years ago. Last year, it was Jalen Hyatt. They were willing to take him in the 2nd round. They moved up in the 3rd round to take him because they went for the center, John Michael Schmidt, and now Malik Nabers. And somebody might look at it and their sizes are all like 5'11" to, all around the same size for the most part, but I think they're looking for that identity, that explosiveness. They want to add that. This year, maybe Drew Lock. I don't think they want to play Daniel Jones a lot this year with the injury guarantee. I wouldn't be stunned if Drew Lock gets a real opportunity to be the quarterback of this team this year, and then look to see, okay, let's put the pieces in place. Let's maybe try to create a Minnesota-like environment with the receivers, and hopefully they settle the offensive line a little bit, and then try to get that quarterback down the line and put him in a little bit better environment like we've talked so much about. I think that's what this pick was. I think what was on the board, this was the right pick. I'm glad they didn't reach for J.J. McCarthy, and I'm glad they made the pick of Malik Nabers.
Real quick, Paul, you did not mention Darren Waller. At least I don't think you did. My attention's split. Should we assume he's retiring since they didn't draft a quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Giants beat writers here in New York seem to be that's the way it's leaning pretty positively. I almost wonder if was almost like a little bit of a handshake agreement, like don't say anything until after the draft. It just maybe like makes us seem a little bit more desperate for a tight end if there's someone they're targeting. We know teams look for those slight little edges. Or maybe he's just really undecided. But I mean, there's a big chunk of the offseason now has unfolded. He still hasn't made a decision. If you're that on the fence about playing, in the National Football League, I think it's hard to come back from. So I don't think the Giants are really counting on him. I'd be surprised if they didn't take a tight end somewhere in that round 3 to round 5 range and kind of pair them with Daniel Bellinger. That's where I think this is kind of heading. I think they're going to try to put the supporting cast in place. I'd expect a running back somewhere between round 3 and round 5 as well, and potentially a tight end, and try to get that supporting cast fixed. And then at some point, they have to be aggressive to try to go land their future franchise quarterback.
Time flies when we're having fun, or when we're relieved that our team didn't botch anything. And I wish all of our guests could be with us all night. It would get kind of crowded up there, like the Brady Bunch or Hollywood Squares. But Paul, before we send you on your way, and again, folks, Saturday to Sunday, the guys have been doing tremendous work for a long time. Their draft guide included Devy rankings. So those of you in Devy leagues, check that out. And otherwise, just check out what Paul and his team are doing over there. Give us a few hot takes, Paul, before we send you on your way, as the rest of this first round unfolds, what you're going to be watching. Someone that, if they get taken, you're going to say that team knows what's up. If they get taken, you're going to say that team doesn't know what's up. What are you looking forward to for the rest of the night?
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what other wide receivers come off the board. I think A.D. Mitchell is going to slide out of round 1, and I think a favorite of me and Matt Waldman might have a chance to go, and I think that's Keon Coleman. I think there's so much negativity in the pre-draft process here, and finally, it feels like it started to finally turn the other way, and I think it should be that way. I think Keon Coleman's game is much more T. Higgins, Mike Williams, and I think too many people are pigeonholing him as a Quentin Johnston or N'Keal Harry type player. I think people don't understand what he was able to do, how much better his play speed is and his time speed. So I'm excited to see what other wide receivers come off the board. Do we get an Xavier Legette or Latham McConkey in the mix? And then, just to see where these other quarterbacks land. Like, was the JJ McCarthy love real? Or are we looking at another Will Levis situation? Are we going to see the 6 quarterbacks that Jay Glazer talked about? Are we going to have them at 11, 12, and 13? Do any of those teams move up? I know Atlanta wants to move back. Other teams, Chicago maybe wants to move back. So do we see any of those teams now be aggressive to come up and get the 4th quarterback? Or do they naturally let them fall to them? Or is this buzz about these quarterbacks? Is it a little fabricated? And maybe it isn't reality. And maybe some of these guys will be sitting there the end of round 1 or the early portion of round 2. And if by chance that happens, I do think the Giants will be aggressive to maybe go get a Bo Nix or Michael Penix. But I think we're talking they'd have to be there in like the late 20s, mid to late 20s before that even became, I think, a possibility.
All the possibilities will become realities. And we always love what Paul Perticchese has to say, and we look forward to our future encounters. Paul, thanks as always for giving us this special hour of the NFL calendar.
Guys, thank you so much. It is my favorite hour. Hopefully next year the Giants aren't picking in the first hour. I have a feeling they probably still will be because that quarterback is still hanging over their head that they need to solve. But guys, thank you so much.
I think you'll be surprised this year. I think there's a guy who turned the corner and he just got the best route runner in this draft by a country mile.
Listen, I'm all for it. Maybe Drew Lock this year is their version of Baker Mayfield last year in Tampa Bay, and we kind of strike a little lightning there. But guys, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Anybody who's a fan of my work, get over to follow me on Twitter. I'll be live tweeting every pick, podcast every single night after the shows, after the draft coverage as well. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, this is great. We're going to have another guest. The pick is in at number 7. It is JC Latham. So a lot of people putting some money down when all those mocks at JC Latham and 5 ended up being at 7. So maybe there really was something to him rising up the board because early on there were a lot of mocks that had him falling into the teens and 20s. Offensive tackle, wide receiver, quarterback. That's it until we get to Atlanta's pick. Could be a trade, could be a defensive player, could be an offensive player, but I do know who our next guest is joining us again and joining us well before the team that he's going to be spending some time covering tonight is on. And I'll see if I can bring you in. Daniel Harms. Daniel, impressions on what we've seen in the first 7 picks.
Only real surprise for me right now is JC Latham. It feels a little bit more like the guy we wanted isn't there, so we're going to pivot. But for the most part, I'm not totally shocked by what I'm seeing. It definitely felt like the trades were smoke. Everyone's like, we're all going to trade up for the quarterbacks. Everyone's going to be trading up. Yeah, no. Didn't happen. Chalk went, and that's pretty much how I expected it to go. So I like what we're seeing right now so far. It makes sense. Only top guys are being drafted and top guys with upside. So it makes a lot of sense to me. I'm very, very excited to see what Atlanta does here, though.
Yeah, a lot of options here for Terry Fontenot and company. Matt, or actually, Daniel, I'll give you this one first, but I want to hear what you have to say to this, Matt. The Titans, they brought in Calvin Ridley. Now they drafted a nice start day 1 right tackle to start an offensive line that needs everything. So they are giving them a better chance. They are giving Will Levis a better chance to show what he can do. Is this futile in the sense that, okay, you're going to get the answer expected, but at least you'll have confirmation? Or Daniel, do you think that maybe we shouldn't be too hasty to judge Will Levis based on last year?
It really depends on the development plan, right? Because every quarterback comes in with their warts, and we knew Will Levis really didn't have great pocket presence. He was going to be a guy who got sacked a lot, who needed an offensive line to be able to showcase what he's able to do with his arm. So I'm willing to give it this year because I still think that there's work to do. Obviously, they had Nicholas Petit-Ferrer at left tackle, Dylan Radin slotting at right tackle. Those aren't what you really want bookends for a young quarterback who can't feel pressure and can't see it, because if you watched any bit of tape on him, you knew the peripheral vision is bad. It's like he's got horsehair and blinders. You just could not feel it. So we have now at least a bookend right tackle who this guy is a fantastic player. He's a mauler. He's still got room to grow. I think he's 20 years old, going to turn 21 soon. So he's young. He's got upside. He's a mauler. They still want to run the football, so they're going to be able to hopefully run the ball, give Will Levis a more play action style feel to his game, and utilize that arm strength that he has. Why they want to get the most out of him in the first place. You bring in the veteran wide receivers so they can work together, and now you get a young, athletic, nasty offensive line. See what works.
Yeah, see what works. Is it going to work, Matt? What's the percent chance that Will Levis, that this isn't Tennessee picking in the top 7 or higher next year, looking for the replacement for Levis?
I mean, it's, again, if you're just going to look at the odds, and that's really all that you're going to really look at this stage, is that there's probably a 33 to 37% chance that it's going to work out. I mean, that's really where you're at with that. And then probably subtract about 10 to 15 percentage points because of the fact that he wasn't drafted in the first round. So, and then if you're actually just looking at the film,
right,
then, everything that Daniel said, I mean, I would second in terms of what he was on tape, at Kentucky and at Penn State before that. So really at this stage, they are getting their team ready to have a good quarterback. Whether that's Will Levis getting the chance to prove it or whether it's somebody else, they're building the infrastructure, and that's what you need. So, I mean, I'm not betting on it at this stage because we saw it, again, it plays out every year. It just plays out in a second. It plays out very well in terms of, last year he throws 5 touchdowns in a game. And then it just kind of goes downhill after that, kind of like Marcus Mariota when he joined the Titans. So what's the shocker?
The shock is my man, the Private Pile, comes in, and a friend of mine in New Orleans says, when is Michael Penix going to be drafted? We did not have to wait long to find out the answer. The Atlanta Falcons take Michael Penix.
That's great because really they got the second best quarterback in this class, and I don't think it's that close, even though I know that may be a controversial view to a lot of people.
Tell the Falcons fans, make the case, because you did this for me with Le'Veon Bell. I remember it's like, and you're like, no. For Falcons fans that are despondent right now, make the case that this is going to be just fine.
Well, I'll say this as someone who lives in Atlanta and has never had a radio show in 20 years in Atlanta and not about to have one right now, is y'all don't know football if you think that. So, but seriously, you're going to want to get a chance to learn a little bit, because when you look at Michael Penix, he's much better in the pocket than most of the quarterbacks in this class. He does not invite pressure by drifting outside the pocket. He actually understands how to climb a pocket and decelerate and keep his balance and throw an accurate football in the middle of the field. He reads the middle of the field better than people realize. He's not a beater too late with throws the way that Drake Maye is, the way that Jane Daniels can be. And so he's someone that actually played safer football while wearing pressure like a second layer of skin at Indiana. And he's someone that injuries, I mean, people get worried about the injuries, but there's not a high recurrence rate with the injuries that he had. And while there's the risk that if he has another one to his knee, that then we're looking at, can he really come back from that? But at his youth, I wouldn't worry about it too much. And people are going to say, well, I'm looking at NFL.com saying he's Joe Flacco. No, he's not Joe Flacco. He's a much better decision maker than Joe Flacco was. So you're really looking at a proven tough player who can move in the pocket, who can find open receivers in outside and inside. And when you talk about just his outside ability to throw the ball, he throws the ball every bit as good as Caleb Williams as a vertical thrower and throwing it to the boundary. I mean, he is special in that area of his game. So, if the health weren't an issue and he was maybe a year younger due to the injuries and you can eliminate that, he probably would have been higher up on a lot of boards. So the fact that he went this early, that tells me that Raheem Morris really liked him. and that Arthur Blank wasn't afraid. And Arthur Blank tends to listen to people that he trusts. And I think that this isn't going to be Josh Freeman 2.0 with Raheem Mostert. I think you're going to see, Michael Penix now look at the receivers he has. Drake London goes up and wins the ball very well. Physical player, great at the boundary. Oh, that Pitts guy, goes up and wins the ball at the boundary. So you're talking about two options right there who are really going to be in great shape. And now you're adding him to a team that has a great run element. So you're going to have, look, your cat understands completely.
That's right.
He's on parade over here.
Yeah.
We know, look, if you're an old school Audible listener, if we start talking about stuff and animals agree, we know we're on to something right here. Because, listen, with Tyler Algier and Bijan Robinson and that offensive line, you have a good offensive line. Last year, Arthur Smith took a lot of heat because let's face it, he's a little bit of a jerk to the media. And the media, when someone's a jerk to them, they're vengeful. They're like mean girls, on all hopped up, basically. But if you look at what happened last year, Desmond Ridder does not know what's the difference between open and not open. He didn't know that. And so Arthur Smith didn't trust Desmond Ridder on routes that broke across the middle of the field that afforded a quarterback multiple windows to look for. So he had to run an offense that had a lot of static breaking routes. And when that happens, no matter how good your offensive line is, no matter how good your run game is, Desmond Ridder gets put in a situation he had to put Desmond Ridder in a situation that was kind of training wheels. And so as a result, because Ridder couldn't find the open man, all those receivers suffered and Arthur Smith got the blame. But Arthur Smith was just trying to protect his quarterback because he saw that he didn't get a quarterback that was ready. Yeah. And he had to live with it. And he died by it. And I think this year we're going to see a quarterback who actually legitimately can read the field. And he'll have his ups and downs like everybody else. But they just got the second best quarterback in this class. And I'm thrilled to see him go in the first round because I think that he earned that.
Yeah, and the questions abound, Daniel, in the chat room. Very aptly, why sign Kirk Cousins? Well, hey, the Kirk Cousins deal is 2 years, $90 million guaranteed, with $10 million more for 2026. So you have a succession plan. We said at the top of the show, Daniel, two quarterbacks that loom over quarterback discussions now are Brock Purdy and Jordan Love. And certainly this gives Michael Penix a chance to be in the incubator and to really be ready, depending on Kirk Cousins' health. But when he's truly handed the keys to this very good structure around him, then including Zach Robinson now as a good offensive coordinator, then he should be ready to do it. You wonder, were they zeroed in on Penix when they signed Cousins? Is it really that this process doesn't play out until later, and it took later in the process for them to say, yep? Because the thing is, much like Love, if Penix is the guy, if Penix is the second best quarterback in this class, unless it's a historically terrible class, no one's going to care. No one's going to care they took him when they had a Kirk Cousins. React to me, Daniel, at Michael Penix, the big shocker of the first round.
So this, when you initially, yes, to me, it was a shock initially. And then you start actually thinking about the plan, right? Teams, Raheem Morris knows what he wants to do. You have a vision, right? The offensive line, the run game, the weapons are all there. And yes, Kirk Cousins, maybe he never gets back. Maybe he's not healthy. Maybe even this year, he's not the same guy that he was. And at least we know that Kirk Cousins has never really been afraid to throw the football down the field, throw to the middle of the field, throw to the outside. They're getting kind of the same player in that sense, where Michael Penix does not necessarily care about pressure. He doesn't care about if you're covered. He trusts his playmakers to go make a play. And he will throw the football if he's got one-on-one coverage. If he sees it open over the middle of the field, he will throw it into tight windows. He's not afraid to do that. I think that his upside is pretty close to where he is now, and which is really good quarterback play. And I think that the Michigan game showed us a little bit of what can go wrong. Obviously, it's just one game. But at the end of the day, I think that I disagree with Matt a little bit on his athletic ability inside the pocket. I think he can get stagnant. And you see every now and then where he'll get out and make a play. Most of the time, he prefers to stand in the pocket and climb, and that's not always going to be the best case scenario in the NFL. And right now, we're seeing a lot of pass rushers at defensive tackle get paid for that specific reason to help make quarterbacks have to step out. So I do think it's a reach on Michael Penix, but I understand the plan, and I'm also trying to figure out what Kirk Cousins is, because like you said, it's 2 years, and from that point on, you can really get him, Michael Penix involved in the offense. And well, what happens in 2 years from now? Is Kyle Pitts still going to be on the team? Are they going to? Obviously, they're probably still going to have Drake London. But what's going to change in those 2 years? But really, the succession plan. So I don't. Obviously, I don't hate the plan. I think it's a little rich for Michael Penix at 8. But at the end of the day, you're getting your succession plan if you believe you're going to be able to consistently run the ball. You still have those weapons downfield, and he's going to use the offense kind of the same way that Kirk Cousins did, in the same sense of throwing the ball to all levels of the field and succeeding that way. I totally understand it.
The Bears end up taking Odunze. Things shake out. They only have 2 more picks in this draft. They don't care, and they shouldn't. Odunze would be number 1 at wide receiver in a lot of classes. You have to love what is set up for Caleb Williams. Darnell Mooney, the other outside receiver, signed with Atlanta. It's going to be down there with Cousins and Penix. Odunze now in Chicago, Matt. Caleb Williams' nest just got a few more feathers in it. Now you're the one on mute for Dr. Gene.
Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, first of all, I think what you're getting with, Penix too, with that succession plan is that if you get your quarterback, then you don't need to have the caliber of receivers at the same level in combination, and you're going to be able to get more of them, because receiver is like the running back of yesteryear. Now you're going to have good ones coming out year after year after year, and you're probably going to see a little bit more with tight end, or you're going to have receivers who want to play with him if he shows what he's capable of. So I think getting this to be paired with Kirk Cousins is great. And then when you talk about Odunze, listen, he and Malik Nabers were the most versatile of the top 3 receivers. And Odunze is the player that you want him to eventually be the split end, and he can probably still be the split end this year because of how much pressure Allen and Moore are really going to take off of him. But you can move all 3 of these receivers around and create matchups. And so he's not going to be in high pressure situations to be the man as often as maybe, say, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be. So as a result of that, you can put him in the slot. You can put him at flanker. You've just created a ton of easy decision-making matchups for Caleb Williams, because now it's not about, trying to get to this man or bust. It's really about finding who's the best possible option. And all 3 of them can erase bad throws if necessary. With their ability to go up and win it. Moore's improved in that area. We know Keenan Allen was always good at that, and Odunze is great at that. So, they're also doing something else that's very important here, is that when you have a quarterback, you have an aging weapon in Allen, you have a guy at the top of his career in Moore, you're giving Williams that continuity of a really strong offense, and you're leading with your offense, which is what you should have been doing in the first place with Justin Fields. Is whether you like them or not, you lead with your strength and you try and build on that strength, not try and shore up weaknesses at the same time. Get yourself to shore. Don't try and bail the boat out at various different areas. So I like what we see here with Odunze. Love what we saw with the Penix situation and where that growth is. And so far, I don't think there's a pick after Drake Maye that I dislike. So.
Yeah, and I think that we'll see when we talk about the 10th pick. And real quick, to any members of the media that are listening, I hope we get some questions from other teams that were looking at Penix. Seattle, they got his offensive coordinator from Washington. The Raiders obviously tied. The Raiders didn't even going to have a chance. People were saying the Raiders are really going to take him at 13. They didn't even have an opportunity to take him at 13. When would Michael Penix have gone if Atlanta hadn't taken him? I'm just curious. We'll speculate about that. We don't have to speculate, Daniel, about who the number 10 pick is going to be. The Vikings Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, the Vikings GM, had a lot of different angles here. First of all, they move up to number 10. And the Jets, so whoever the Jets were looking at number 10, they knew they were going to be able to get him at 11. So the Jets get a 4th-round pick and a bump from like a 7th to a 5th for nothing. And Minnesota gets their guy. Or maybe their second guy, because maybe Drake Maye was really their guy, just like maybe Drake Maye was the Giants guy. Now, what's interesting here, though, is how you get zeroed in on the pick, and you wait and wait and wait, and maybe it's just because you knew that the players that were going because boy, Atlanta's like a potential trade down candidate at 8, with a deep offensive tackle class. If the Titans were zeroed in on Joe Alt, they were a trade up candidate, but Minnesota still ends up only moving up 1 spot. And I don't know if I'm spoiling the pick or not, but we are going to have 5 quarterbacks in the top 10 this year. Jay Glazer coming on and saying 6 quarterbacks in the first half of the first round. Well, Denver, we're going to see in a couple of picks, or Las Vegas. Minnesota goes up 1 pick to get J.J. McCarthy. How much does it help, Daniel? And then say whatever you want to say about McCarthy. How much does it help that they didn't have to make a big trade of 3 first-round picks? How different would we be talking about expectations for McCarthy with 3 first-round picks in a trade, as opposed to just giving up an extra 4th or a 5th? Or does it even matter because of how good of a structure he's going to inherit in Minnesota?
I think it matters a little bit. Expectations, even on a guy as extremely confident as JJ McCarthy is, change the equation a little bit. And when you have the entire future of a coaching staff, because if I love O'Connell, if he in that front office take 3 first-round picks and trade for JJ McCarthy and it doesn't work out, they're all getting fired. Like, everyone's getting fired. So it's not just the quarterback that everything falls on. It's the entire front office. So it really helps them out to be able to just take a 4th and just move up to say, okay, no one else is going to get this pick. We're going to get the guy that we want. And at the end of the day, we're going to get to find out a little bit about JJ McCarthy. Now, this is a really good place for him to be. Even if you don't start him year 1, I don't necessarily think that Sam Darnold is going to be beating out JJ McCarthy, but if you wanted to, you could just say, hey, JJ, sit for a little bit, because maybe we're not ready for you to go, and we want you to learn a little bit. And at least Darnold has been around the block once or twice to learn a little bit. But at the end of the day, you have Jordan Addison, you have Justin Jefferson, you've got TJ Hawkinson, who's coming off of an injury. So the offensive line is getting better. I think that Darisaw is finally starting to show what I saw coming out of Virginia Tech, and we're finally getting to see some of that. I had him in the first round, and he's finally starting to play up to what I thought he could be. And that's really the focal point here. Now you bring in Aaron Jones. He's going to be another quarterback best friend kind of guy, who's one of still the most talented all-around running backs in the league. At his age, he still is, in my opinion. So it's a really good situation for him to kind of just airdrop him in. And if he's going to be the starter from day 1, which I will just say that I think he's going to be, and because I don't believe in Sam Darnold, I don't know if anyone really can at this point, but I think that he's in a good position to learn, to get better week after week after week. And Kevin O'Connell matched with JJ McCarthy, I think, is one of the best outcomes that he could have really hoped for.
Yeah, this is one, Matt, when we look at our pre-draft evaluations of JJ McCarthy, do they lose some predictive power in a good way for McCarthy because of the quality of the landing spot?
Well, I mean, I think that, JJ McCarthy, if you look at McCarthy, Maye, Jaden Daniels, probably those guys, Penix, Bo Nix, you could probably look at all those guys and it's going to go up or down based on landing spot. I mean, that's where they were. That's basically where they're drafted. They're guys that you look at and say they could be starters. There's just some things that they need either a little bit of time, or they're going to need a really strong infrastructure to help them. And the thing with McCarthy that you'll see is that, the ability, the footwork, the ability to execute an offense, to stay within the structure of a play. Because at the end of the day, while, Daniel makes a nice point about what defenses are trying to do, at the end of the day, it's still the best quarterbacks win from the pocket. You know, they still have to step up and climb. There's a lot of quarterbacks who don't win football games, Kyler Murray, who bounce outside the pocket like crazy. And they're great at being able to buy 8 seconds, and it looks great on ESPN. But when has he had a winning record? When have they been able to play winning football as a result of that? It's, you know, Patrick Mahomes can climb. Jalen Hurts can climb. Baker Mayfield could not climb. Zach Wilson could not climb, but they could bounce outside a pocket. JJ McCarthy can climb. He can move in a pocket, and he doesn't do that. The big question you're going to have with him are some of these nice throws that you see against leverage. Are they an accident or are they intentional? I would say more of them are intentional, so that's good. But the bigger question, too, is when I've charted him, I don't need a lot to look at a player and feel like I see accuracy in certain ranges of the field. But it was a little bit of an unknown for him relative to most years, what he does 28 yards and beyond. Yeah. And he has 2 receivers that are really good at 28 yards and beyond. So the Vikings must feel confident that they saw it. Mm-hmm. And it does make him worthwhile. I mean, I think that right now for me, I would look at him and say he's probably the number 2 quarterback of the rookies this year in terms of if you're looking for instant production. He's the number 2 guy on my board now. If you're looking for long-term play, maybe he's the number 3 guy. And that's still higher than where I had him.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, well, the Penix thing complicates things. But, you know, if we were talking about who's set up to be a starter 5 years from now, get to a second contract with the team after Caleb Williams, McCarthy might be number 2 because of the quality landing spot. Got to think about Thor Nystrom, who does awesome work over at Fantasy Pros. He's a Vikings guy, and he was manifesting this in every possible way that JJ McCarthy would end up with the Vikings. I think Vikings fans are really excited. And look, as far as, you know, will the Vikings speak openly about whether they tried? I mean, at this point, there's no incentive. There's a big disincentive for the Vikings to acknowledge they ever made a phone call about Drake Maye, right? Deny. Right? I mean, wouldn't that be like the biggest buzzkill if somebody asks, well, were you trying to trade up to Drake Maye number 3? Did you make this trade with Houston, setting up a potential move up the board for Maye? Because we're supposed to be celebrating JJ McCarthy. But know that Kwesi said that actually, and again, whether it's true or not, that Houston Nick Caserio called him on that trade. And of course, that extra second round pick ended up being Stephon Diggs. So maybe Houston was driving that whole process from the beginning. We'll see what happens. Won't it be ironic if Minnesota trades down from number 23 after trading back into the first to get him and not having to give up that second first round pick to get him? We've got now the Jets. And what's interesting here, Daniel, is after seeing how the Jets handled letting Bryce Huff walk and then trading a pick for Hassan Reddick, it sure seemed like they were in a 1-year window. This is the whole no job security for Joe Douglas thing. So the event horizon's 1 year. And a lot of people had Brock Bowers as the pick at 10 or 11 because he maybe would be able to, especially with the team with Aaron Rodgers trying to win a Super Bowl, he would maybe get them closer to that more than an offensive tackle would, even though this team has needed an offensive tackle for as long as we can remember. They get an offensive tackle, Fashanu out of Penn State. And certainly pass blocking is his forte. Athleticism and the ability to grow, become a better player. So they are thinking long-term, maybe short-term. Were you surprised the Jets did something kind of smart here?
Honestly, a little bit, but no, because I know people wanted Brock Bowers. I think they were kind of wish casting it into existence, but I always thought this made the most sense and the only sense for the Jets, not just for this year, but for the future. You can't tie your offensive line and Aaron Rodgers' Achilles to Tyron Smith, who hasn't played a full year of football in the last 2-3 years, who's been nothing but continues to get injured, and their offensive line, that last year saw just about every single person get hurt. You have to invest in the offensive line to protect the one shot you have at this. So yes, Brock Bowers would have been fun to see here, but you have to, I think Aaron Rodgers may have gotten in their ear a little bit too and said, hey guys, the first play of my season, the first 4 plays of my season last year, I got hurt. Maybe we keep that on the board. Also, for a guy like Bryce Hall. Bryce Hall's coming off a season where he could barely get going. He only was effective as a pass catcher. They couldn't run block for him. And I know that the big thing on Olu is that he is a better pass protector than he is a run blocker, which is fair. I also think that he's going to be a good run blocker. And I know that everyone's like talking about his baby hands, right? Like he's got less than 9-inch hands. Like that's the big talking point, why he was going to fall down the draft boards. But he's not just a good athlete. I think he's powerful. He's able to use his natural leverage that he creates. He's able to get out of his stance better than a lot of guys his size. I think he has natural good pad level, but keeping on blocks is really his biggest problem right now. He does see guys kind of fall off and shed a little bit easier. So he'll have to get in better angles and create better angles at the second level as a left tackle. But this makes a lot of sense for me specifically because they desperately needed to invest in the offensive line. And I'm glad that they made the right choice because that's all you want for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team where the swing tackle, assuming he's going to come in as the swing tackle is going to play, 60% of the snaps, 70% of the snaps? If you're projecting out based on reasonable expectations for the offensive tackle's health there. We have Daniel, we're going to 30 minutes goes by so quickly.
So fast.
You're going to be, you're doing some more stuff tonight. Tell the folks where you're going to be. And I know the Chiefs are going to be the center there. So give us some thoughts on the Chiefs and then anything else you're looking forward to for the rest of the first round.
Yeah, so I do a lot of Chiefs coverage over at rgrfootball.com. We're doing a live stream throughout the entire first round as well. And that's where I'm going to be going back to cover what we've done and get to the Chiefs pick as well. And what I'm really looking forward to here, one, that this pick here with Denver, I want to see what they do, obviously for a little own personal interest in Sean Payton, maybe gets his guy regardless, but I don't know, man. 12 seems a little bit ridiculous for me. I'll just keep that there. But where does Brock Bowers go? Like where is he ending? Where is he going to go? Because if he's not here, people have kind of whispered about Indy. If it's not Indy, I'm interested to see where he goes.
Cincinnati.
Maybe they don't care though. They don't want to throw to their tight ends. Like Tanner Hudson was fine, but they just I don't know, man. It's interesting. It would make sense too, but they've never really cared about tight ends. So Cincinnati definitely makes sense. I wanted Byron Murphy to go to the Falcons. I'll be very honest. I wanted Byron Murphy to be drafted by the Falcons. I thought that made a lot of sense for them. And now where is the first defensive player going to go? Because we're at pick 12. I don't know if it's going to be a defensive player.
It's not pick 12. It's not pick 12. I'll give you a chance to react to this because it's in your division. It is Bo Nix. Bo Nix to the Broncos. Don't doubt Jay Glazer.
Okay.
If Jay Glazer says it, then put it in the book. So put this pick in the book. Let it absorb it. I know you need some time to process this, Daniel. I can tell. Process it. Let the
I don't need much time to process it. I'll be honest with you. It felt like a quarterback was going to Denver. It just felt like they were going to be drafting a quarterback no matter what. I never believed that Jarrett Stidham was going to be the quarterback throwing the football for the entire season. I never believed that. Bo Nix is, for me, again, I had him actually graded closer to the third round. He's a very, when we say accurate quarterback, there's a difference between accurate and ball placement. A lot of times he throws to the receiver, the ball placement is poor and it forces adjustments. A lot of times I see Troy Franklin having to readjust backward to a throw where he's just standing in the pocket and he's just trying to make a throw to the outside. He doesn't have the best arm downfield. Obviously there's a ton of talk about his average depth of target, which is more so on the offense. It's not necessarily all his fault. But I have concerns. I know he's a good athlete. He can get out and make moves on the throws on the move. I worry about his ball placement and his ability to get through his reads consistently. And I know that he showed the ability to do it, but oftentimes it is going to that first read. And when it gets to the second, it doesn't always get there on time. And I want to see him get there on time, obviously. So there's a lot of growth. I think Sean Payton's a good landing spot for a quarterback that has some of these struggles to be able to, again, work with the ball placement. And he's going to not necessarily have to throw the ball down the field a ton unless, Courtland Sutton doesn't get traded. And then maybe you will have to a little bit and make some of those throws downfield. So for me, it's this one's really, really high, but I also understand you needed to get your quarterback. And Bo Nix, I think, fits what Sean Payton is looking for.
Yeah. Well, and hopefully everything at Football Guys, including contributions from Daniel Harms, fits in your life as we continue to absorb and react. And Daniel, second year of many, look forward to resuming this ritual. And it's great to have you on the staff of Football Guys and part of our team tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me. I always have a ton of fun. You guys are some of my favorite people, not just in the industry, but just to talk to. So thank you guys for having me.
Thanks for coming.
All right. Well, we're going to bring in a guest here in a second, but Matt, 6 quarterbacks before a defensive player. Defense wins championships. What we've seen some absurd. If you're not talking, we can look into the individual evaluations, et cetera, but 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks. What is going on?
Well, I mean, this is just playing out the dynamic that we've talked about for the past 10 years, which is that teams get desperate. And if they think that the quarterback has potential, I mean, I think Paul Perticchese put it really well when he talked about Drake Maye. Paul does great analysis, but what he also said was very much along lines of the party line for the NFL. If we think they have the upside to be a franchise quarterback, we better draft them in the first round because we might not get a chance to get them. And I think that that's really what happened here is that you have players who all fit within that range. Some people like them more than others. And, you've heard the varying opinions, from our guests and myself about a lot of these players. But, for me, for instance, Bo Nix was the number 3 quarterback on my board because from my philosophy, all the things that people are looking at the potential for upside in this NFL environment, I think it's fool's gold, because the NFL has proven without a shadow of a doubt that if you've got a big arm, big body, and big stats, that they're going to put you in a situation to fail. Whereas if you're actually a smart thrower I would argue he actually did have good placement from what I charted, or better placement than what was characterized. If you look at that and his skill to play within himself and not make rash decisions in the way that some of the other quarterbacks picked above him do, he's more of a Matt Ryan, Kirk Cousins type. And Matt Ryan was a league MVP.
Should have won a Super Bowl. Yeah.
And should have won a Super Bowl. So, you look at it from that perspective. Bo Nix, would I look at him based on the score I had and say he was a first round pick? No, but I would have only had one quarterback go in the first round if we're going to look in the idealistic standpoint of what it actually should be. What it actually is, well, I mean, he was great higher than Baker Mayfield for me. He was graded higher than 3 of the quarterbacks on this board that were taken ahead of him. So I kind of like the pick there in terms of what they're going to do if you're going to take a quarterback. But at the same time, we also know with the hit rate with these quarterbacks that the rich are about to get richer because all these defensive players are falling.
Yes.
And teams are going to profit. And that's generally what this is this is going to be another one of those lessons where the teams haven't learned. There's all this posturing and all this navel gazing about what goes on, but really at the end of the day, they haven't learned because they're using again the salary cap, CBA contracts, all these. Look what quarterback our neighbor had. It's like the neighbor who's covets the guy's Mercedes, and now they got to have one. They're looking at the quarterback who started immediately. And now they feel like they got it. The owners feel like they got to get one, as opposed to playing the smart game with this. They're a little impulsive. But Brock Bowers going to the Raiders, that's great because you got Michael Mayer as your guy who can be a little bit more as the inline option. And Bowers can be that weapon who can be more of a Darren Waller replacement plus version, who can also give you a little bit more to be multiple using 2 tight ends because he can be a fullback. He's really more like what, people don't like to talk about Aaron Hernandez because of the awful crimes that he committed. Okay. But we're talking about the NFL draft today, everybody. So we don't have to get too woke about this and we can just say, listen, we're compartmentalizing. Aaron Hernandez was a great tight end as a move tight end wingback, fullback, run out of the backfield. This is what Brock Bowers is. And don't worry about that he didn't work out at the combine. This guy, if you watch the tape and you see him beat cornerbacks who are on the same side of the field as him with an angle after he's had to come to a stop and reaccelerate, and he's doing it against SEC after SEC cornerback. This dude is an elite athlete who can do it all. To me, he's a combination of Aaron Hernandez and Vernon Davis. And you just put him on a Raiders team with Devontae Adams, and let's see what happens. You're building the infrastructure again so that if you don't get if Aiden O'Connell isn't it, if Gardner Minshew can't hold down the fort and keep this team competitive, then you're probably going to wind up with a free agent quarterback of value who's going to want to play for this team, or you're going to get another shot at a rookie next year.
Yeah, the Raiders get a classic BPA kind of pick, and we're going to get one of the best that Football Guys has to offer here. If I can, there we go. Thanks.
There we go.
Behind the scenes, and speaking of behind the scenes, also in front of the camera, Football Guys, bad boy, meme lord, video editor, often also adding what only Jagger May can add to all things Football Guys. What can you add to this first 13 picks, which I think everybody has been surprised at least once?
Yeah, it was definitely chalky until the Falcons came in and killed every mock draft. I wonder how much they got paid to make that pick or whatever, because that's the obvious surprise. I will say Brock Bowers going here is definitely a shocker to me as well. But the quarterback thing, I don't think it's surprising to anyone who's really been listening or paying attention as far as like this many quarterbacks going early. I will say again, Penix is the only surprise, but Cease has been mocking Knicks to the Broncos. We've all known that JJ hype is more than just smoke. And of course we've had the top three guys, but really now we're into the fun spot because what we're not talking about enough is just the value that's kind of fallen at this point now. Like we still got good offensive tackles, and then there hasn't been a defensive guy taken yet.
Right.
So it's just, yeah, I mean, like Kenyon Mitchell is a really good corner, and he's still available. So that's the only thing that's been a shocker for me is really just the Falcons. I'm kind of like processing all the Michael Mayer shares that I have that kind of just went to crap.
Well, Ben, we're going to find out that Ben Sano is what Michael Mayer sees when he looks in the mirror, but is a little bit diluted. So, but can you go on and tell us a little bit more about guys that you really, who's been picked thus far that you really like the fit, and where you really dislike the fit? And if you don't want to go there, you can talk about whoever you're looking forward to seeing picked in the first round that you think is going to be well worth a first round pick.
A guy that I don't understand has fallen, or call it prospect fatigue, call it whatever. Alfredo says we get bored, so we just get fat on speculation. But it's Drake Maye. I think Drake Maye is a guy that I really like. I know you're really low on him, Matt, but and I guess this is good discourse here to talk about it on here, because like to me all the physical tools are there, and when we saw his decline from his sophomore year to his junior year, that can kind of be correlated directly to the talent that he had around him. That apparently Josh Downs mattered a lot more to that team than we gave him credit for. But I like that we saw a player who was still productive, and we still see something there when there isn't a lot of help around him, because being on the Patriots, you're not going to have a lot of stuff around him. Like someone like Jaden Daniels, yeah, he can run, and he's a dynamic player, but as far as the passing game, there's no one that could do for him that Malik Nabers and Brian Thomas Jr. did for him on the Patriots. So that wouldn't have been the best fit. And then say what you want about JJ McCarthy. That's a well-coached team, and we're not sure if the Pats are well-coached yet. So I think that is an excellent fit. And just to go back on the Penix thing, it was hard for me to see Penix as a round one guy, let alone a guy that's this high, and you're willing to blow an early pick when you could basically go best available. I don't understand the Falcons move on here. Like, you can like Michael Penix or get a quarterback as a backup or think about a succession plan, but when you're expected to win immediately and then you already are kind of Jordan Loving your quarterback that you just paid money for, and I'm sure Kirk Cousins is a professional, doesn't care all that much, and he kind of secured the bag per se, but it just makes me scratch my head from a football standpoint.
I guess my thought would be, I'll just to continue the conversation, would be, one is like, I am lower on Drake Maye than most, but that's from a ranking standpoint. From a grade standpoint, he's still in the same tier of all the other guys that would get graded as a potential starter if it works out. I just think he has more questions, and he needed more of a Jordan Love-esque type of opportunity, because when you chart his plays independent of what scheme, and it's just more about conceptual decision making and also situational decision making, that's where I thought he had a lot more failures than he should have. And then when you look at Penix, I guess the argument that I would only make with that in back is that Jordan Loving, we criticize the Jordan Love thing, and that looks like it may work out, and the same scenario essentially happened. But I would argue that that Michael Penix is a more game-ready player than Jordan Love was, who's a guy that I graded out as a borderline free agent at this level of his game, because he got into quicksand so often. He looked a lot more like Zach Wilson with the Jets, when he was playing at Utah State at times. And so giving them that time, the argument for Atlanta would be they had to have seen Penix and said, we think he can be a franchise caliber guy, and we're giving him the developmental angle that smart teams on occasion have started to do. And they're being the ones that are saying, let's not follow the narrative that we're hearing the media talk about year after year, complain about how quarterbacks aren't developed, and then criticize them for not doing what they should be doing in the first place. But it is a lot on draft capital right now, but they're in the middle of that era where it's like, if they don't pick a first round, if they don't take him the first round, someone else was going to get him later, and they would have had to trade up to get in there, and there's no guarantee they would have gotten the guy they wanted. So it's a fun conversation because it's a tough position. We're going to figure it out and see how it works, but all these guys, I think they're all in that tier, that the ones that have been picked are all in that tier where they could develop into starters. We'll just see whether or not the team's made the right call in terms of the fit and the playing time they give them to develop early on.
We have another pick, but before we get to that, I want to point out, before we turn the page on the Bo Nix thing, the reason, because someone say, well, Bo Nix was going to be there later, right? I mean, especially, I don't know, do you think the Raiders really loved Bo Nix? I mean, he's going to be there later. They didn't have a second-round pick because of the trade for Sean Payton. So you're talking about doubling down on Sean Payton. You give up a pick, and then you have to pay a premium for the quarterback that he wants. We'll see, and we'll see if Cortland Sutton is a Bronco.
I can just hear Cecil. Hello, Mr. Payton. Hello, Coach Payton.
Yeah. Well, I think that, again, when we look back on smoke and what ended up being true, there was a lot of talk that and it makes sense, right? That Bo Nix would be the lump of clay that Sean Payton thinks. But again, it's one thing to get Brock Purdy as Mr. Relevant. It's another thing when you have to spend the number 12 pick for this player. I like to call it like the quarterback where the coach has a joystick and it's almost making things so structured and knowing the player is going to carry things out just the way that they would. With the Saints, in probably the least surprising position combination, at least, do take an offensive tackle. And Ryan Ramczyk, his knee issue looks like it's not good. And I could say some things about the healthcare system down here in New Orleans. I know Michael Thomas has. I don't know if anybody caught this about Michael Thomas talking about his recovery, now Ramczyk's recovery, other Saints recoveries. He said something to the effect of, and tell me if this doesn't sound like healthcare in America right now, that all of the players, no matter what injury they had, got the same rehab packet. This is what Michael Thomas said. I can't say I observed this firsthand. So he wasn't surprised. They needed a tackle. They got Talise Fuaga from Oregon State. So again, still no defensive players taken yet.
Was it the road home packet?
Right? I mean, Well, I mean, again, I don't want to say too much. We're talking football. I don't want to get into the critique of the healthcare system, but certainly living in New Orleans and knowing about I don't want to name names, but it was not surprising to hear Michael Thomas say that. It kind of forces the Saints' hand in this one, and the Saints. We'll see. I mean, I think Saints fans probably at least got the enjoyment of seeing Falcons fans quizzical, confused at their pick. And I mean, there's always 28-3 when you're down here in New Orleans. But we get to pick 15, Jagger, and it looks like the pick is in. And as we get to this pick again, when we look back at this last, I think it was Bill Belichick that said, "Oh, it's all smoke screens," but the last 12 hours or so, then you get some real information. And it wasn't quite as overwhelming as J.C. Latham to the Chargers, which ended up being wrong. He did end up going number 7. But we saw a lot of Xavier Worthy to the Colts. And we know that the Colts care about athleticism. And we know that the Colts care about, I mean, it wouldn't be a surprise for them to take a speedy wide receiver here. A lot of people had Brock Bowers potentially as the pick here, but I don't want to spoil anything here just to make sure. But it looks like, you're watching this, Matt. Has it been announced yet on TV?
Not yet. So
okay,
we're just buying time at this point.
TV's way behind. Yeah.
And I mean, it's funny too how really, if you've been paying attention, the way the 5-6 picks weren't surprising at all. But I think the NFL, it probably was very convenient for them that there was a lot of questions here. I guess as we are waiting, look, I'm just going to put it out there that the Colts are most likely not going to get the first defensive player, maybe, because there's another defensive player that has the athletic profile that they would look for. I'm trying to think if there's anything we can go back to.
The pick's about to be in, but I'll just say this. I mean, I just interviewed his quarterback coach, Will Hewlett, yesterday on a podcast. And I asked him about Anthony Richardson, and he said he was one of the most organized. He said he wrote the book on what a rookie quarterback should do to prepare in terms of note-taking, organization, and how great his memory is in terms of being able to retain information and remember when it was told to him, where it was told to him, all those different types of details. And that a lot of the plays that he made, he veered off script from the offense, but within the structure of the offense, which makes him very promising. And he compared him to a superhero who he thinks is the best athlete in sports, period, right now, who is figuring out as we speak how to use all his superpowers. So it would be, you would think, looking at what Alex Pierce has not done as an early round pick, that they would probably be looking at another player. And I could think of a player who could take the top off of the defense pretty easily, who's sitting here on the board, that a lot of people are probably thinking like a Henry Ruggs or Ted Ginn-esque type of player, but is probably more of an Isaac Bruce, Deshaun Jackson type. And if it's not him, there's a guy that he played with at Florida that I don't think is going to get picked that early, that maybe they could get him in the second round if they have a second round pick.
Yeah, when we get to this part of the draft where when is wide receiver 4 going to go off the board? It's not pick 15, by the way. See, that's the thing. A lot of people are trying to tip picks, and since I don't have a TV on in front of me, I should be known that some of the people trying to tip picks are trying to throw us off or don't know what they're talking about, because the pick ends up being actually the first defensive player off the board, Latu, edge out of UCLA.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're there was debate over the 3 edges. Jared Verse is more of a power player out of Florida State. Dallas Turner probably has the highest athletic ceiling. Latu is an edge rusher, though. And what's interesting here, Jagger, tell me how much pause this gives you if you're a Colts fan or otherwise, if you're looking at this pick, that he actually medically retired from football a couple of years ago. And it was Peyton Manning's doctor who did his fusion surgery who said, no. It sounded like wasn't really that much concern around the NFL And going number 15, at least we know one organization that wasn't concerned. Would that concern you? Any other thoughts as we finally see a defensive player off the board?
It would concern me a bit considering who's on there, because it's like I like Latu too, but like I like you said, I like Verse, I like Dallas Turner. They're kind of all in one bucket to me. So because of that, I kind of have them higher. But again, I see what the Colts see, and honestly, Matt took the words out of my mouth. Like, I would go defense here, best defensive player available. I had them taking Cooper DeJean or Kenyon Mitchell, depending on who I had following here. And then the guy that I like again, take a walk down Narrative Street. I was like, man, why not give Anthony Richardson a Florida guy and Ricky Pearsall, because he fits a flanker role. He could play outside and take a top off defense. He can play in the slot. And Alec Pierce is Alec Pierce still, but you don't need him as much when you have another guy. You know, he becomes that third option and becomes a little bit more value like that. And again, that's kind of thinking ahead. So overall, I think it's a really good pick, and they're addressing a huge need, which is defense. And here on out, I think really, you know, if they get another pass catcher, all I would do is focus on defense and kind of getting depth for that offensive line, because that's the only other thing I would think they would do is like maybe trade back and try to get like a Jackson Powers or something like that for the interior, because a lot of their biggest problem with their offense is that offensive line was really banged up at the beginning of the year. And we've all watched enough football that like offensive line depth is almost a decider on how far you get in the playoffs, you know, because we looked at the Cowboys, you know, they got a really good starting lineup, but as soon as two of those guys go down, what do you have?
Yeah, that depth is important. We get to the pick for the Seahawks, and Latu. And the other thing I want to say real quick on this Latu pick is in the previous coaching regime, we saw the Colts spend a lot of second round picks on guys on the defensive line, but none of them really hit. And Latu, at least from a rushing the passer perspective. And look, you know, this is a division with CJ Stroud, with Trevor Lawrence, Will Levis. You want to be able to get after the quarterback. So we'll see. Seattle Seahawks. This now is the first post Pete Carroll draft. Speaking of Cooper DeJean, that was a pick that was in some mocks that made most Seattle fans I know say, please no, please let's not do this. And as we wait to see who Seattle's going to take, I think that Seattle is in a very similar position to a lot of teams right now, and this is one of the parts of the draft that can't really be simulated, and it really tests, I think, your organizational structure, your organizational clarity, the actual culture of the war room, because a lot of teams are going to be thinking about scenarios that they projected and who would be on the board, who they would be choosing between, and they're going to be defensive players that they were not expecting to be there. I think a lot of teams are going to say that. Now, that being said, wide receivers deep enough, arguably offensive tackles deep enough, that you could kick that position down the road another round, another day. This will be a fun draft to look back in retrospect, because like you said, teams may not be expecting it, but they should be preparing for it. Right. So but the problem is that I think that we know the people who get paid to do this work have been preparing for it, but the people who maybe pay them to do that work may be reacting to it in a way that may countermand whether or not they allow them to do the job. Because we've seen with like Jimmy Haslam and Baker Mayfield and Johnny Manziel and, you know, and decisions that we've seen like that teams oftentimes, when they're faced with an unknown that they didn't anticipate, the team owner or top executive can sometimes kind of flake out and listen to some things. And we may hear some of these stories down the line when we look back in 2 or 3 years, and we may even see it tonight with some of these picks where we might call into question and may prove to be correct with that. right, and with the war room cameras. And follow up on Latu in the neck. Albert Breer is saying that he had the best tape. Neck condition is considered to be like Leighton Vander Esch. Didn't Vander Esch just retire?
Yeah.
I mean,
he had some good years though. Like, let's put it that way. Yeah.
He did, and then, and the Jalen Smith, that's another Dallas pick that went kind of against. I know that I think their team doctor did the surgery. He had some good years. He's bouncing around now, but hey, this is a Colts team. It's a Colts team that watched the Texans make some moves this offseason. Daniil Hunter, Stephon Diggs, etc. And they just said, hey, we like what we've got here. And so we'll see. We'll see. And, maybe part of the reason that they like that, I guess I'll toss it back to you like this real quickly, Matt. I mean, should they feel comfortable because of Anthony Richardson?
Yeah, absolutely. Because Anthony Richardson is likely in fantasy is likely going to be a top 5 quarterback this year. And he's likely to become a top 5 NFL quarterback within 2 years. And it's going to be between Houston and Indianapolis, with Trevor Lawrence looking for a deal somewhere else out of Jacksonville so that he can maybe get into the playoffs somewhere. If they don't re-sign him for, a lot more down the line to keep him there, because I think you're seeing the Titans and the Jaguars are going to be at the bottom of the division. It's going to be between Stroud and Richardson for sure. And I think a lot of it is that Richardson's ability to play in and outside the pocket, he's not going to need as much special help as maybe Trevor Lawrence maybe needs a little bit, and definitely Will Levis needs. So they can maybe afford to go a little bit more in defense. And I think also they are playing the depth of the receiver board, and they know that they don't need to reach there. They can take their chances on an explosive playmaking edge threat who can get the ball back to their offense with Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson. So no, I mean, I think they're making the smart move.
Yeah, if Michael Pittman wasn't there, then that'd be a different question. But the fact that you have Pittman, then you legitimately, you don't need to get it'd be great to have a Odunze or one of these other guys across from him, but it's not a need. And then go get something that helps take some pressure off the entire offense, which is defense. And I'm with you, Matt. I'm 10 toes down on Richardson. To put it in a fantasy perspective, I've had several chances at Josh Allen in startups, and I have traded back just so I could go get Anthony Richardson. I was like, why don't I get a newer, shinier Josh Allen? When you think about it.
We're both 10 toes down on 2 people that we like, which is Richardson and Pat Fitzmaurice. So I appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, Pat, he's a mensch. It's been around these parts for a while. But yeah, I think that when we look at the Colts offense, I did a show recently and asked me, what offenses do you expect to take a big step forward? If Anthony Richardson stays healthy, you actually have some really underrated pieces there. Again, if Trelawney Woods stays healthy, Josh Downs, I think, is a player that, because Shane Steichen's going to push the ball down the field. I think what's not necessarily being factored into the Colts offense this coming year is how poorly the Eagles offense did at first without Shane Steichen, and how Shane Steichen almost got the Colts to the playoffs with Gardner Minshew last year. So this is exciting, and the complementary pieces in the passing game, I think, can work, especially if Jonathan Taylor is everything they hope he can be, and you're forcing defenses to play 11-on-11 football, and you're forcing them to play heavier boxes because of Taylor. So there's a lot of advantages that Steichen can exploit.
Yeah. Imagine what it would look like if Jonathan Taylor were in Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts as that guy that's drawing people, multiple defenders away in the box. And now just take that and say, you actually have a more promising pocket player and passer as that quarterback doing it in Indianapolis. He's not quite where Jalen Hurts is, but he's going to exceed. He's going to be better than Jalen Hurts, if you ask me. And I think that we're going to Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson for the next 2 years. Those are 2 guys you want on your fantasy team just as much as you want Saquon Barkley this year on his revenge tour of the NFC East.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jagger. Go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing. Like nothing but
Oh yeah,
agreeing.
no, yeah, and I'm excited to see what Saquon Barkley can do in a functional offense. And Seattle fans should be excited that they got a player that a lot of people laid money on to be the first defensive player off the board. He's not the first defensive player off the board, but in an off season where a lot of the guys that got paid were defensive tackles, the Seahawks get everybody's number one defensive tackle in this class, Byron Murphy.
I mean, it's a need because I haven't seen the Seahawks defense that, I grew up seeing that scary in the Legion of Boom in a long time. And a lot of that stems for they haven't had the pass rush that they've had, like Frank Clark got old. Bruce Irvin was kind of a gimmick anyway. And then like that got figured out. But I mean, now you've already seen the work they've done on offense. Now you've taken a lot of pressure off Geno Smith and that offense by having a disruptive playmaker up front. And that's going to help. That defense is kind of young and scary now. If you really think about it, you got Reek Woolen on one side, Witherspoon on the other, and now you get Byron Murphy. And especially when you got someone just as destructive as Byron Murphy is, it really takes pressure off your defensive ends on the other side. So there's not as much pressure to get you don't need to have a TJ Watt. You could have a Leonard Floyd now on the outside. And when you think about like degree of player out there and a team building standpoint. So it makes a lot of sense. Also, when you think about who their head coach is now with Dan Quinn, all these, he's kind of building that Legion of Boom where you have a relentless pass rush and the long rangy guys on the outside. Makes a lot of sense. I'm glad they didn't get another receiver to muddy up that offense and make it more difficult. Maybe they get a third running back to do so later. I'm not sure. This is honestly where I had Penix mocked to because I feel like the succession plan for Geno Smith is one that I've questioned. I know a lot of people like, well, they traded for Sam Howell. I don't know how you guys feel, but Sam Howell isn't a player that you make franchise decisions about. Like real ones anyway. You could say that I can get by until I can draft my next guy. And I don't think the Seahawks are there. So.
Yeah, and then again, the connection through their new offensive coordinator to Penix, it seemed like that would be seamless. By the way, I'm noticing on Twitter a lot of talk about did anyone tell Kirk Cousins how's Kirk Cousins feeling? Has anyone checked on Kirk Cousins? These are the things that come up on a night like tonight. Also, for the second time in the first round, the Vikings have traded up, and
Braylon Allen.
Right, oh boy, right. Poor Aaron Jones. No, they traded up, and maybe they just have so much extra draft picks in their pocket now because they only had to trade up one pick to get JJ McCarthy. And again, this is players that I don't think that Minnesota had very many scenarios when they were playing out this draft where. Well, probably not McCarthy falling to number 10 because if they liked him enough, they would expect someone else also to like him that much. But also, there were probably not a lot of scenarios, Jagger, of Dallas Turner falling to the 17th pick. And, this is a team that has had some turnover when you think of some of the signature players like Danielle Hunter. Right. And but they have Jonathan Greenard. They're getting younger, right? You could look at that. It's some of these guys like Eric Kendricks. Oh, and now they've got Ivan Pace, the undrafted free agent from last year, who had a big hit. Harrison Smith is getting longer in the tooth. But now you can look at this team being built around these younger players. But Dallas Turner can probably, at least in terms of impact, if he hits, do a pretty good Danielle Hunter impression. And with Jonathan Greenard on the other side, I would guess that Vikings fans are happy. Should they be happy right now?
Yeah. They should 100%. To me, again, I thought they would trade up for JJ McCarthy and have to spend more. So really they got everything they needed for much cheaper than most people had thought. So, and like I said, within this defense, I don't think Dallas Turner is going to need to be asked to do a lot right away. And especially kind of, the way that Brian Flores runs that defense. I don't know if anyone watches Futurama. He runs that Zap Brannigan. I'm going to send wave after wave of my own men. So he doesn't necessarily need to be in every down, and he has time to fill out that frame and then become like a fully functional defensive player. So like to me, kind of not so much in the same sense, but a little bit like Kayvon Thibodeau. Like he wasn't very good like his first season, but as he like developed on his own, he become like a full player. I know that they could still get more guys because like again, we haven't asked enough. Is our pass rushers not good this year, or is the offense so good that good pass rushers are going to fall? Because I'm thinking about some other guys that they could get later, even to add to this team to make it even a bigger threat. Is like Mo Camara is going to be a day 2, maybe a day 3 guy or something like that. Like to me now, the Vikings are playing best player available. Like they're playing jazz at this point. They can work up and down the board and get their guy. And as a franchise, you got to be really happy because you don't need to reach or settle for like, let's say if you need a receiver and then you're getting that Xavier Legette range, then you're like, then you got some problems. If you can't really develop Legette into or utilize him into someone that can be productive. And then on top of that, and the last thing on Turner is that typically guys that come from Alabama and defensive guys from Alabama and from now Georgia, they're smart players, and Brian Flores doesn't like not smart players. So this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're right that Brian Flores schematically can even increase the value, or those spots. Pick those spots for Dallas Turner and set him up for success. We do have our next guest in the green room, but and you folks, again, you can, even if you see a lot of things with Jagger's fingerprints, but even a lot of things you don't know Jagger's behind the scenes. And
he's a
also,
troublemaker.
And hey, we will always need a few troublemakers. And I guess before we say goodbye, what else are you looking ahead to here in the first round? What you're looking forward to, and anything else you want to say to the audience in your first, hopefully, of many appearances on our live first round stream?
The first thing I want to look for is teams trading back into the first round to get some of the value that's fallen. Like I expect things to like the craziness to kind of ramp up for a lot of the value there. Then of course tomorrow, like what does the NFL think about all the running backs? We've all, us regular Joes down here on earth, have had our opinion, but what do they think? And other than that, guys, drink up. I hope everything works out and it's nothing but bangers for your team, and no one makes any bad picks. I'll see you guys.
And other unicorns and fairies.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You guys have a good night.
Take care.
Thank you, Jagger May. And by the way, on the trade, the Vikings don't give up a 2024 extra pick. They just give up their 2025 third and fourth. And we're going to bring in our next guest. And I imagine, if I'm going to mess this up, let's see. No, I don't. Jordan Vanek. Jordan, we got a lot a lot already. More to come. What stands out from the first 2 hours and 12 minutes of the draft?
I mean, it's got to be the Michael Penix pick. Like that has to be the pick that everybody's going to be looking at. And when it happened, I was at a little draft party where it was with a Vikings fan. He's sitting there, antsy, trying to figure out who his quarterback was going to be. And the way he saw the pick, he's like, why would they ever do that? And I kind of go back to Jordan Love with the Green Bay Packers just 4 years ago with Aaron Rodgers. Like Aaron Rodgers is still MVP level, putting up a lot of numbers, getting paid to be one of the top quarterbacks, and they still took the Jordan Love, and it got made fun of, it got bashed, but if it hits, you erase all of that. And the Falcons, Bijan, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, like they're established weapons. Could they have used an edge rusher? Yes, but obviously they didn't like Latu's maybe his medicals, maybe Dallas Turner. They didn't feel like he was going to develop fast enough for them to hit that window. Maybe Jared Verse just was never going to be a good pass rusher to them. Whatever the case may be, like they thought they're getting the guy for the future past Kirk Cousins.
Build on the strength. And that's really what they need to do, is keep building that offense, because If you have the quarterback in place, you're going to a lot. If you're Michael, if you're Drake London and you're Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson, and your contracts are ending just as Penix is coming to the fore, but you've seen what Penix can do in practice, you're going to be more willing to maybe take a little bit of a hometown discount or negotiate your way to have a little bit of a tipping point there. And I think that that's where the advantage of this comes into play. I mean, it may not work out that way, but that's the logic behind this, is that they see what's coming down the pike and go, we got to stick around. This is the place we want to be.
The pick is in for the Bengals. I do want to go back and add on to this Penix talk, though, because what you're seeing, I guess it was broadcast from the war room, and this is where it's great that we have this war room footage. And Matt, you're going to love this. Have you seen it yet, Matt?
Nope.
It's Terry Fautanu explaining to Arthur Blank. He's clearly explaining. He's using his hands a lot. Arthur Blank is standing there like, It sure looked like Michael Penix, the pick. Fautanu was like, this is why we did it. You got to trust us. You know, this is the plan. And it almost makes you wonder, was the Kirk Cousins signing from Arthur Blank? Was Arthur Blank the one that said, we're going to sign Kirk Cousins? And the team's like, he's the owner.
I've heard Arthur Blank tell some stories. And when I've covered him, when he came to visit the University of Georgia and talk about his experience with Atlanta, and also knowing what he did at Home Depot and how he built Home Depot, he's not the meddlesome owner. So when you start stereotyping owners the way that we've seen owners to be, he's not going to fit that playbook. So we probably got to throw that out. He's more the type that's going to go by logic and by what he observes and how do you address something. And part of that is allowing his people to do what he's paid them to do until they've shown that they can't do it. And then he starts to relieve them of their duties, if they've shown that. And one of the stories he told very quickly was his first time at Furman's camp, and when they used to hold the camp at Furman, and how that the people at Furman were trying to lead him around. He wanted a tour, and they were trying to divert him from the dorms. And he didn't say it this way, but I'm just giving you the bar room reel of it, is that they were trying to divert him from seeing the dorms and kept trying to steer him towards the guest house, the president's house, where he was going to stay. And he goes, no, I want to see where my players are staying. And they were like, no, you're not going to want to be there. No, that's where I want to stay. I don't want to stay at the president's house. I want to stay where the players are. And when he said, when I saw that I had like mattresses that were reserved for 5'6" tall people for my 300-pound tackles and defensive players, and they needed 2 mattresses and they had to put them on the floor after they had training camp, this was the last time we were ever going to be at Furman. And that's why we did what we needed to do. And you could see some of the things he did with Dimitrov, later on in Dimitrov's career, where he gave him a chance and then said, nope, okay, it's time to kind of step this back a bit. And I think that this was one of those deals that maybe he was surprised by it, but it's a good sign that he's allowing his personnel people to be personnel people, and not be like Russell Landy tells the story, and Silver tells the story about Alex Smith's great PR pro day, and then the president of the organization coming down in the 11th hour and saying, we want you to change 3 years of scouting where you had him ranked as a 4th round pick below Jeff Smoker of Michigan State, and we want you to look at this 20 tape highlight hit and change your scouting reports and cause a fight in the scouting office between an exec and these scouts. And that's what happens in some of these situations. I mean, we talk about Johnny Manziel on Netflix and, being hung over and his receivers being hung over. You have to think, if you're a Cleveland Browns scout and you saw that, you had to be running back to your facility and going, there's no way we can pick this guy. There's no way that anyone in their right mind in that organization who has been a veteran scout would have seen that or known that and going, ooh, this is a big red flag, So this is, I think, probably the positive of that, even though we may look at it from a dramatic standpoint and go, ooh, it doesn't look like the head and the rear are connected here. But maybe it's because, like Rooney, your owner, he tends to be the guy who lets people make the decisions unless they're at loggerheads, and then they ask him and he'll make a call. But usually he lets things play out.
Yeah.
I can't relate as a Panthers fan.
Ay, Dios mío.
I
Dios mío.
can't relate to this
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, they even flaunt it. I think the best thing about that Russ Landy story, I remember when Russ told me that story. Matt, it's a great story. It isn't even just saying we think your work is unsound and we're going to ignore it. It's like you have to go and change it. Like go back
make
and
me look good. Yeah, go
right.
back and change it to make me look good, so
right.
that I can get up in front of the press,
right,
and say we were all in on this. You know,
yes, we
it's
can't have any
ridiculous.
evidence. So the Bengals, and even though they do go offensive tackle, I think this is a pick a lot of people are going to like. Jordan, this is certainly a pick that my Steelers are going to be on the clock here momentarily. I would have been fine with this pick. I liked the symmetry of pairing up Amarius Mims with Broderick Jones, and Darnell Washington was there too. But the Bengals get him, and it's certainly a pick for the Bengals. You want to get that tackle a year before you need him, or 2 years before you need him. But in this case, we talked about Latu, the first defensive player off the board, who had to medically retire from football because of his neck issue. Albert Breer characterized as a Leighton Vander Esch type of neck issue. With Mims, it's how many full games did he play? I mean, about the fewest we see in a first round pick. Does that give you pause, or does what he offers, is it so overwhelming that you say nope, good pick?
I think what he offers is kind of what is needed. You watch just Georgia. I think the practices at Georgia are kind of similar to NFL games. Like you can even cut up some of his spring game highlights for Armarius Mims, because the guys he's going up against for the past 4 years are all elite level athletes. So yes, obviously injury concerns are always going to be there for any player. Obviously, I think he got hurt for the combine, if I'm not mistaken, which again, it's not pretty, but it's also the standpoint you see him in the games, you see him be an elite level tackle, and you can also, for the first year or so, move him inside to the guard, protect Joe Burrow, give him a cleaner pocket up front, and then allow them to grow outside. And Cincinnati's needed to address this offensive line for the longest time. They've kept trying with patchwork, and it just you see in the playoffs where Lando Brown is just getting killed by Chris Jones. And that's the difference between them going to the Super Bowl again to losing that game. And then the next year, Joe Burrow's hurt. And obviously now they're in a really weird spot where they've not paid some of their, I would say, B+ players. I wouldn't call them the top of the class. Obviously, Chase and Burrow are going to be the guys that they're going to pay. Well, Higgins and Trey Hendrickson were the two guys that I felt like always were never going to get the big contract from Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think that they're in a very narrow Super Bowl window, right? Higgins and Hendrickson won't be with the team. Well, Hendrickson, I think, actually is signed through 2025, but he's doing the Carson Palmer maneuver and saying, or at least putting it out there, that he's considering retirement. And with Higgins, I don't think we're going to see Higgins traded. I think any team that would trade for Higgins is just going to give that same package and try to get Brandon Ayuk if either of them are traded. But the nice thing about Mims, like you said, he can kick inside to guard in a best case scenario where Trent Brown actually stays healthy. We heard a lot about the Tyron Smith deal, basically taking a better offensive tackle, and if he can stay healthy, paying him what he deserves. The Bengals got a bargain version of that. Trent Brown's not the player that Smith is when both are healthy, but you have Mims at a guard position, or you certainly have, if Trent Brown can't stay healthy, you like that situation. The Jackson Carman pick kind of coming back to haunt the Bengals here. But this is a draft, Matt, where if a team takes an offensive tackle in the first round, we're probably saying that's a good pick.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, I think that really, again, you're building out the trenches. You're looking for explosive pass rushers. We just saw Jared Verse go off the board to the Rams. So you're going to see that as someone who can play, off the edge and give a lot of disruption from that standpoint. So that's going to be worthwhile. And, it is, you want to build inside out. I think that's probably the wisest way to go in most cases, unless you just have a rare player and you're trying to save your quarterback, and in terms of keeping them either long-term or help make them better immediately, where they may have been struggling a bit, or there may be a hole. So I think that, this is this is just one of those deals. And it's just, again, this is the outcome of teams being desperate about quarterbacks and not knowing how to A, develop them, B, how to evaluate them, and C, how to maneuver to be able to deal with their valuation in this universe. Because again, they may know all these things, but they still don't know how to approach it in the draft because they don't know what other teams are going to do. And they're all worried about the other teams. I think if you ask these teams in hindsight, if we only see one good quarterback develop in this class, or even just two, in 5 years, I think we're going to be looking back, and there's going to be a point in the next 5 years where some teams are going to say, it was the 2024 draft where we realized, like, we knew the dynamic, but we didn't know how to approach it. And finally, we just said, forget it. We don't care. We're not drafting these guys in the first round anymore. At some point that's going to happen. I mean, listen, I was a part of an academic study at Georgetown this year, along with, I think, Dan Hatman and Will Hewlett and a few other people, who's basically talking about quarterback development and doing an academic study about it. And you could tell that some of the issue was, how does the NFL view this? And how is the NFL trying to make decisions with it? And that's going to be the last thing to happen. And this might be this is either the linchpin, or we're going to see, another 5 years of them banging their head up against the wall.
Yeah. With this CBA, I don't know. They'll be headbanging no matter what. The Rams made a first-round pick, Jordan. How long has it been since we could say that? I think
I was still in high school.
It was the world was a very different place the last time the Rams made a first-round pick. They get Jared Verse, and this is a team. I mean, if you're a Rams fan, you like it. It almost makes you sick if you're a fan of some of their rival teams because Aaron Donald retires, but they get Kobe Turner in the third round, and so on. But they get a player here in Jared Verse. And one thing that I'm thinking about that I just want to toss out there, and of course, because my brain is not what it used to be, I can't remember who put it out there, but there was a take that was, we'll expect the offensive tackles to go off the board before the edge rushers, because on tape, when these edge rushers and these offensive tackles face, the offensive tackles often had the upper hand. And I think that came up with a player like Jared Verse. And we have indeed seen, a lot of offensive tackles go ahead of these edge, but the three top edges go off the board within 5 picks of each other, which again may signify part of why they fell a little further than people expected if they were really that close. Different types, different floor ceiling spreads. Verse, more of a power player. Did you have a preference in these edge players? Do you think the NFL made a mistake letting them slide? Otherwise, thoughts as we see the third of the big 3 edge players go off the board, which the Steelers love, sitting next at number 20?
Yeah, for me, I mean, the quarterbacks are probably the only thing that I would say were, I guess, lower prospects in terms of overall grade for me compared to these edge rushers. As far as the order, I think they actually went in the correct order. I think Latu is just the best pure pass rusher. Obviously the neck issue is something that scared me. I didn't think he was going to go 15 to Indy. I thought they would go more Quinyon Mitchell or maybe a Brian Thomas at that pick. Get Gus Bradley, the physical, just aggressive corner that they want on that side of the ball, pair him with Juju Brent and Kenny Moore in the slot. But they obviously wanted to go pass rush, which is a fine way to build. I think Dallas Turner to me was the athletic one that you see all the traits that could be there, but you have to groom them and get him there. And for a Brian Flores defense, you can just play off instinct and athleticism. And that's going to be perfect for him, especially coming in and basically filling out with Daniil Hunter and pairing with Jonathan Greenyard, where he's not going to be the guy right away, but he can develop into that spot. And then Jared Verse, the Rams, they needed to address this defensive line, because when I think I found a stat where when Aaron Donald was off the field last year, quarterbacks completed over 70% of their passes. When Aaron Donald was on the field, that number was at I think 58 or something crazy, where obviously they're not replacing him. There's just no way you replace that level of player, but getting Jared Verse allows them to have something for Chris Shula to work with. It's his first year as a defensive coordinator. I actually thought he was going to end up in Miami, but the Rams blocked that interview and then immediately promoted him to the defensive coordinator. So this is probably a guy that Chris Shula sees as a fit for the scheme. I really wanted them to take Xavier Worthy, though. I know receiver may not be the need that people see, but they chased after that role with Tutu Atwell just 2 or 3 years ago, and Xavier Worthy, I think, would be the upgraded version. I discussed that with Matt Harmon like 2 weeks ago, just kind of putting in the head of like the Tyreek Hill motion Xavier Worthy can give you, and if you get that with a Mike or Sean McVay, Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, that offense is just going to be rolling.
Yeah, you get a Deshaun Jackson, Isaac Bruce type of player, both former Rams at one point in their career.
Yep.
Who, and so it just makes total sense that you would have that, and you have some continuity in place for your new quarterback, whoever that will be down the line.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where Worthy goes, because we're getting to that part of the first round where it's playoff teams, and who couldn't use a player like Worthy in their offense? It shouldn't be surprising if any team takes him at this point, including Miami. But we did see the Steelers take Troy Fautanu, out of Washington. And what's funny is, leading up to the draft, the mocks had converged around Graham Barton. There were some even comments from Mike Tomlin, and it sounded like he was talking about Graham Barton. And I think it was part of that offensive tackle edge showdown that I want to say it was Barton who had really made Verse, certainly a player that you see when they faced off who was superior, even though Verse will go before him. They don't get Barton, but they get Fautanu, another 5-position guy. Most people had him as the best guard in this draft, but he could. And Steelers have been looking for a center. Where have you gone, Mike Webster? Rest in peace. Where have you gone, Dermontti Dawson and Marquise Pouncey? Maybe he eventually becomes a center, but you get a good player. This one, Jordan's kind of boring in so much that everybody had the Steelers taking an offense. I know some people wanted to take a wide receiver here. The second round will be for the wide receiver. For this round, it's offensive lineman. And as a Steelers fan, I'm content.
Yeah, I mean, you guys got a really good player. I thought he was going to be ahead of Mims. I thought he would be, in that range. I didn't know where Brock Bowers is going to end up. Obviously, Bo Nix there, so I thought he could play into that type of range. And I will say, to give you a little insight from what I saw when I was over at the Senior Bowl, Mike Tomlin, first off, is one of the coolest coaches. Just very, very involved, always. Just the 2 times that I've been, he's been in these, try to be in the huddle, try to be in the trenches with all these guys. The player that I saw him talking a lot with was the Florida center. He loved the way that he was working to the second level throughout the practices. Obviously, Jackson Powers Johnson was there, so got to see him side by side with a guy that people have mocked a lot in the first round. So I think the Florida center will be who the Steelers actually try to target if they want to attack that center position later in the draft, just because he was dominant at the Senior Bowl, and one of the guys that was impressed with, even though I'm not an O-line guy. I just will add that I'm more into those receivers. I was hoping we would see a few here. Hopefully Miami doesn't decide to go Xavier Worthy here, and they stick to the Graham Barton type pick, because they need to replace Connor Williams, and they desperately need to protect Tua. Like, we just stole Robert Hunt from them, and their interior offense line is difficult to wrap my head around for them to produce at this upcoming year.
Yeah, it's a transition. The Dolphins shed a lot of salary. This team is going to look very different at some positions, but certainly how they win isn't going to change that much. And we'll see. It's definitely been a draft where I think the Dolphins also, when you look at their board, a trade down's a possibility here. It doesn't sound like we're going to get it. I know Jagger mentioned, are we going to see some important trade ups here late, partially because of these defenders that are falling? I don't think anybody had no cornerbacks in the top 20. I think that could have some teams scrambling to say, do we trade back up into the first? Because it's a lot cheaper to get one of these top 2 corners. I'm sure some teams had these corners in the top 12 or 15 overall players in their draft. Now you're looking at people to get one of them, probably the 25th pick or later. And then who does that push out of the first round? As we wait for this pick, I guess, tell me, Jordan, who are a few players other than the cornerbacks that you think, if we don't hear these names by the end of the night tonight, the NFL messed up?
For starters, Brian Thomas. Like, I get it. His route tree is limited. I understand that people think that he benefited from playing with Malik Nabers, where I think it was more of a yin and yang situation where Brian Thomas's threat allowed him to take away safeties away from Malik Nabers. I think it's just going to be the receiver position as the guys that, like, why didn't we take some of them? Obviously it starts with Brian Thomas. I'm in love with Ricky Pearsall. He was someone I got to see up close at the Senior Bowl. This guy's not a first round guy, but Malachi Corley is one of the receivers I'm most excited for. I've never seen a receiver with arms built the way that he has them. The dude looks like Doug Martin. Like, that's the way his body looks and his arms. And one of the things he came over and said after finishing up some goal line drills was, "Did you guys see me pancake those guys out there? They're like so light." And then there was another play where it was all offensive pass interference. They threw the flag. The corner kind of stood flat-footed, and Malachi Corley was running basically a post, and he just ran through him, knocked him on his ass. And he told him, he's like, "Well, if you didn't have such lightweight back there, then I wouldn't have put you on the ground, and I wouldn't have been called OPI." So there's a lot of receivers that should be coming off the board. I expect if the Eagles get Tyrion Arnold at their pick, that's going to be such a perfect fit for Fangio. They were rumored to be trading up for corner, which was
right.
I thought that was a strange rumor because I didn't think that any of these corners were worth, quote, like trading up for. But to just fall into the lap where you're getting a Tyrion Arnold, who I think fits the Fangio, just, the way that his scheme is, where you have to be more smart than pure athleticism. And Tyrion Arnold, the student of the game, and you hear throughout the interviews of how he studied, why he studied. And Nick Saban's always talked very highly of Tyrion Arnold at Alabama.
Yeah, we'll see. He will be there for the Eagles because it is going to be the fourth edge, Chop Robinson, to Miami. They've got Jalen Phillips coming back from an Achilles. I saw Latu as a name projected at 21 in some mocks.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Edge wasn't a shock, Jordan. Maybe a little bit surprising how close Robinson went to the top three. But if those top three went, 8, 12, and 15 or something like that, would we question this pick? Does this seem like a good value for Robinson, who wasn't in every single first round mock?
Yeah, the problem is when their guys get healthy, like, how much of a role does he have? And is that worth it over some of the offensive linemen that I think are available at this pick? Personally, it's not what I feel is the best spot, but obviously they know for the first 8 to 10 weeks of the season, Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips will not be suiting up for them. And Jalen Phillips may not be able to suit up for them at all next year. They got Shaq Barrett, which I thought was a really good signing. They actually pieced together that defense a lot better than I anticipated. Obviously, they lose Christian Wilkins. Like, they cut Xavier Howard. There's a lot of guys that aren't going to be there from last year, and there's guys that they're just paying, like the Bradley Chubbs, where they just $20 million that they can't use for any other position. So Chop Robinson makes sense in that aspect. I just feel like in the first round, the offensive line would have been where I would have gone.
Matt, what do you think about this pick for Miami? They made a splash, Mike McDaniel, Tyreek Hill, but it seems like they've plateaued as a team. What do you think about this as something to get off the plateau?
I mean, again, you're looking at a toolsy player. You're looking at someone that they're trying to look for, opportunities to be explosive and generate plays. But I'm more in agreement with Jordan that you would like to see them shore up their offense because it could all fall apart very quickly. without Hunt and without an interior line. So I have some issues with that more than anything. I mean, I think that this is, unless they have somebody that we don't know about, and I think that's very hard to hide when it comes to offensive line. Either that or they feel like, again, that they can probably find someone a little later in the draft, and that they feel that they've evaluated, that they valued it correctly, and that they're going to be able to get it. And maybe that's their plan. That's the only thing that I can kind of hold out hope for from that perspective. What's fascinating is I'm having a conversation with Russ Landy, who was just like, wow, Bo Nix to the Broncos. And I can't believe, and he's with me on Drake Maye. He did not like Drake Maye either in terms of as a first round pick, and was like, it's very telling. We were having a conversation about how telling it is about the Patriots overall. And part of that is that the Patriots kind of revealed themselves a number of years ago in an interview when at the Ringer, where Kevin Clark, I think it's Kevin Clark at the Ringer. Is that that's yeah. We interviewed one of the longtime coaches there and said, how do you guys scout for the draft? And how are you involved? And he said, and everyone's had this big mystique about Steve Belichick's system. And, as we talked about a little bit earlier, is that he revealed in the interview, he said, listen, Bill gives us tape of guys he wants us to watch, like after the Super Bowl. And then we tell the coach, and then we take notes and give that to them. And then they go back and inform the scouts about what it is that they wanted. That's backwards, And so, whether Maye works out or not, I mean, that may be a referendum on it a little bit. But as Russ was saying, a little bit to me on text, it's like, it looks like that New England just basically took some old timers from their staff and felt like that they could just replace Belichick that way. And if Maye's the way he and I think he is, he's going to struggle a little bit. And if he doesn't come out of that struggle on the other side, it's going to be a referendum on what they just did. And that won't be a good thing. So it's a little bit, it's interesting from that standpoint. And Russ was saying Nick seems like an ego pick where Peyton believes he can make an okay prospect a good starter.
Yeah. Sean Payton, an ego pick? What? No.
And I may be revealing too much there on that end, but I think Russ would have said that on air in spirit.
Well, I mean, I think that we all were thinking it. Before we let you go, and Jordan Vanek, DFS on Twitter, currently working at Roto Grinders, and happy to have you back here on the live stream. We hope we can make this tradition. I'll tee it up to you like this, because I was saying earlier, there should be the fan in us coming out tonight. So as a Panthers fan, they have the ammo to move back in the first round. Should they? And if so, for who?
If we are going to move up in this first round, it better be for Brian Thomas. Easiest role to see the fit, the complementary piece of Thielen, Deontay Johnson, even Jonathan Mingo to some extent. I was anti-Jonathan Mingo last year. My team has taken him. The player I will say I've been lowest on compared to what I've seen through consensus is Jalen Polk. That's maybe because I like Jalen McMillan quite a bit. And if he doesn't hurt his hamstring, I don't think Jalen Polk's in this draft, personally. Like, I think that we see Jalen Polk stay back another year because he probably doesn't get a full-time role or, spot for him. So I expect us to pick Jalen Polk. If we move up, I hope it's for Brian Thomas. If we stay put at this point, I want Xavier Legette. That's a guy, again, weird for the analytics community, but who is the player right now? I saw a 1,300-yard SEC player. I see someone that's got a frame of A.J. Brown, and he runs a 4.3. It's very simple to let him develop behind two players that have the missing pieces he doesn't, with Deontay Johnson and Adam Thielen as separators, smooth route runners. Let them teach him and get it out of him and kind of be what AJ Brown is in today's NFL. But appreciate you guys having me on.
Real quick, gotta ask, think fast. In your room right now, what do you use to bind and gag David Tepper so he doesn't interfere with the next pick?
I would use the frame behind me the Kobe frame behind me with a good swing because you guys heard the story that he wrote a play on a napkin and handed it to our OC last year and told him to run that play during the game.
Wow. See,
The kids
this is
still
why
remember
Jordan's got a fast processor. We're good.
It's
it's
tough,
good.
man.
You remember the film 9 to 5 classic, Dolly Parton, Lily
Oh,
Tomlin?
yes.
Yeah,
I
Jane
remember
Fonda.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
You were born.
Yeah, you were.
I was born in 98, so let's just put it that way.
That's more like 78. Well, 1980.
Yeah.
But thanks, Jordan, and we look forward to getting to hang out with you again in the future. We're getting down to the home stretch here, folks, and we have another guest who is going to be with us. Well, I mean, the draft is going to be maybe a long first round, but we got to bring in. Again, it's so great to see familiar faces in the chat room. There have been so many people, 5-ish. I saw you out there. So many people. Remember from the good old days.
Lester Friedman.
Yeah, and Lester, we always love seeing Lester. And on draft night, we love seeing Brandon Angelo. Brandon,
what's going on?
We're all fans tonight. So I want to give you this opportunity to express how it feels to be a Chicago Bears fan on this night.
I mean, think about the opposite of what we probably felt for the last, I don't know, the 31 years I've been alive. I mean, it's just there's a really interesting night for Bears fans because you know how many times you picked first overall since first time since 1947, I think it was, right? And you have two in the first 10 picks, and you get one of the best players in this whole draft, I think, in Odunze. So. Just pure excitement in Chicago. I mean, this is Christmas for us. So hopefully everything kind of swings up and everything's looking on the bright side.
Before we get into some of the picks, I just want to ask you. I referenced the story that you told on our podcast together, Going Deep, where about your expertise with, obviously with training and 40 times in combine and things like that. Can you tell the football guys crowd here about the various forms of testing and why, say, a guy like Marvin Harrison wouldn't run because maybe of the variations that are involved that could cost him money unnecessarily?
Yeah, the interesting part is how the 40s time at the NFL Combine. They use Zybeck, and the thing that the NFL Combine has done for years is they use hand start laser finish. Right, it's not a fully automated timing. So fully automated timing would be a lot slower. So when I've timed and tested guys and I've seen that up close, you are rarely seeing guys in the 4 mid-range. Rare, right? The deviation is, usually 0.15 to 0.24. So you're looking at it your high end guys are going to be running fully automated time 4.3 high, 4.4 low. You're not seeing many of those. And when the NFL started this a long time ago, they didn't have obviously the technology we have today with dual beam lasers and complete timers. But also too, when you're talking about schools and the infrastructure that they have, like colleges, back in the day, they had none of that. So everything was stopwatch, and the scouts used a stopwatch, and that's been the most consistent thing since the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, right? And that's what they go with a lot is the stopwatch time. But that's what we know. But a lot of times players don't run because they know what they're going to run. And they know it will lose them money or gain them money. Because when you train for the NFL Combine, when you're training for Combine, Pro Day, Regional Combine, whatever it may be, you have an understanding, especially how science works now with your 0-10 split, 10-20 split, your fly time in between at 30-40. You know what you're going to run. Like I can have a prospect in to where I work today, and I could tell you in 5 minutes what his 40 time will be within 0.05 of a second. Pretty easily, right? I know nothing about the kid. I can just tell you what he's likely going to run in the 40. But also too, leading up to, running at the NFL Combine, It's like taking the ACT. Like you're trying to find tips and tricks to finagle the test a little bit and to kind of help the efficiency of it. That's the goal. Like these prospects are getting exponentially slower actually after year 2 in the NFL, exponentially, because most of them aren't training. They're not training at max velocity, right? They're not training speed very often. So those qualities hit like a degradation standpoint over time, and they go the opposite way you would expect, right? And with age and hits and wear and tear and all that stuff too. So, but yeah, that's a long-winded answer of kind of how timing works, and that's why a lot of times, like Audric Estime, right, 4.71, they're in like 4.5 mid, right? That makes sense, right? But that happens a lot. So I'm not surprised guys like Bowers and Harrison Jr. didn't test, because either they were not liking something in training that said, hey, you're going to run 4.4 high, 4.5 low, or like in Bowers' case, you're going to run the high 4.6, low 4.7 range potentially. Doesn't mean he's not fast, right? He's at 21.8 miles an hour. I charted on the field, right? Still very, very fast for an NFL tight end, or positionless weapon like he is. But, NFL teams, their historical data points to 40 times. So you want to be able to, kind of live up to that hype. Yeah. And if you can't, don't do it.
This is a great discussion. This is one of those how the sausage is made discussions.
Sure.
It all culminates in the night tonight, but I'm reminded of a couple of things, Brandon. One year we got to go hang out with Travell Gaines while he was training players for the combine. And not that this is something difficult to deduce from the outside looking in, but it's a specific skill. You're running the 40 is a skill. It's not a football skill. The techniques he was using, what he was working on with the players to try to shave time off of their 40s, it's just like you said, the ACT. You're just trying to ace this test. It points to something we talk about a lot, which is just the faulty decision making. And you mentioned historical data, right? Backwards looking in terms of, and as Matt likes to talk about too, and other people that are really smart about football, that the NFL loves defensible evaluations. We were talking about, so if this many players at this 40 time, if this percentage is hit in the past or these thresholds, it's something they can point to. And when you were talking about the stopwatch, and again, I'm old enough that I was out there on the circuit when C.O. Bricado, the legendary C.O. Bricado, was out there. He invented the 3-cone drill. And he and I got along partially because we were always the first people at the stadium. He knew the facilities folks. He knew the janitors. He knew the person who had the big thing of keys so he could get in first. Why was it so important to get in first? To have the exact spot to hand time the 40 that you have everywhere else, right? Like that was how superstitious. It was like, you could see the jockeying right away for being able to time these players running. But they have this data now. They have it through the chips, the RFID data. They have it. And the thing is, some teams I think are probably getting smarter about things like the flying 20, or it's not just about 40.
For sure.
There's so many other elements to this. And I love the way that you just said, like, definitively, like you can look at someone in 5 minutes and you can know their 40 time.
100%.
You didn't say you can say you know if they're a good football player,
No.
but you can. So how useful is that piece of data? Well, I know that it's a piece of data that probably at least doesn't go against the Eagles taking Quinyon Mitchell, and everything comes up Eagles, right? Brandon, they sit at 20. They don't trade up for a cornerback. They get a cornerback that if they were going to trade up, perhaps they would have taken.
Right.
They get a player in a position of need. They've brought back the whole offense. So this looks like a winning pick for the Eagles.
Yeah, I think, when you talk about Philadelphia, when you talk about how the extensions and everything going on, they're trying to, you're trying to win the NFC. And the NFC is getting tougher, right? Especially with Detroit being, Detroit and San Francisco being, I think, that the two other top contenders in the division, but in the conference. But yeah, I'm an Eagles. I'm an Eagles fan in a way. I like Devontae Smith, I like the playmakers like Jalen Hurts. But I think it's interesting what they're doing. And, obviously we see Jacksonville just taking Brian Thomas Jr. And that's an interesting one because they need a wide receiver one in that offense. And I think, for me, Brian Thomas Jr. can give you that in maybe 2 years. I don't think he's a prospect for me right now, at least, that you can slot into a receiver room and expect him to be a Pro Bowler year one, right? I think a lot of what he does well is after the catch. I think he does a great job there. He's good in the red zone, but I think too he benefited a lot of times from coverage being dictated towards Malik Nabers, right? And that's a huge part of it. So it's interesting because they obviously that offense is devoid of playmakers in a sense on the outside. So it'll be interesting to see kind of where he slots in with Kirk and Ingram and Jones.
Yeah, and adding Gabe Davis to that mix, they have a lot of specialized parts, and the only everyman receiver is probably Kirk, and even he is not that complete. You even add Duvernay to the list and Parker Washington, who are all fascinating little gadgets, but they need someone who can tie it all together, and he does offer that greatest hope. So let's go back a little bit and talk about some of the players that you particularly like right away in terms of fits, especially some of the skill talent guys that we've talked about a lot. What did you think of the Nabers fit? What did you think of some of where the quarterbacks wound up? Let's go there.
Yeah, I think for me, when I look at the Nabers fit, we'll start there. I think for me, when Matt and you and I talked about him on our podcast, I think he's the most idiot-proof receiver in the draft. He's an extension of your run game. You can line up in the slot, move him around, and give him the ball, and just have him be the centerpiece of what you do offensively. I think the harder thing for them to do would be to draft a guy like, let's say, Odunze, right? More of a timing-based receiver. Still extremely good and up there with Nabers and Harrison Jr., but just a different type of receiver for what that offense can't afford to do. And that is be precise and to do everything and anything with timing, because that's not what the New York Giants currently are, right? So I think that's the most difficult part about another prospect going there. Even like Marvin Harrison Jr. would have struggled, I think, a bit there. But I think Nabers, that was the best fit for the Giants. And I was telling my buddy tonight, I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets 150 targets year one. Who else is in New York that you want to get the ball to, right? They have no Saquon Barkley. Darren Waller might retire. And your only other, I think, good after the catch player is Rondell Robinson, who is a fine slot player, right? But you're not giving him, 8 to 12 touches a game. So I think, as a centerpiece of an offense, I really like Nabers there. Obviously, as a Bears fan, I really like Caleb Williams. I think the infrastructure they're creating around him is unique for a first overall pick. I think that's what the big takeaway is from tonight is, have we ever seen a first overall pick with that type of infrastructure and environment surrounding them from day one? And the answer is probably not, right? You go and you trade for Keenan Allen, you draft Rome Odunze in the first round. You have a defense that was playing at a top 8 level, top 5 level at the latter parts of last year. And, this is going to be an interesting time to be a Chicago Bears fan, because this is probably the most promising they've been since the Super Bowl run. In the Urlacher era. So for me, I really like Caleb Williams. He's my number one prospect in this whole cycle. Just love his play, just how he can play off structure and just his ability to just continue to create. Super unique there. Throw some different arm slots and just a unique player there.
I'll add some things.
Go ahead. Go for it.
I'll just add a couple things about Caleb because I got a chance to talk to his quarterback coach.
Yeah, 2 days ago. That's awesome.
Yeah, and he said, listen, there were 3 things that were kind of notable about Caleb. One was that he relayed one thing I inferred, which is I think him and Tom Gormley are chomping at the bit for all this BS in the media and former scouts talking about him off the field.
Sure.
They're waiting for him to just get on the field and play, because they said when the cameras aren't around, We see who he really is, and who he really is nothing like what people who have cameras
Portray
in
him
front of
as,
their
yeah.
face are portraying him to be. And he told a great story of how he spent an hour working with his son, who's a USF recruit, and just spent an hour after practice just coaching him just on his own, like just geeking out about football. The other was T-spine rotation, talking
Yeah,
about
mobility. Yes,
yeah,
sir. Really hit forward.
yes, and he was talking about that it was uncharted how much of rotation he had in terms of like he had more than anything that Tom Gormley, the biomechanics specialist that was profiled on ESPN by Stefania Bell a couple days ago, said that was more than anybody that he's looked at, in the same way that Bobby Stroop said it was more Mahomes had more than anybody looked at. And then the third one was, he said, velocity wise, or studying velocity throws, and how most throws that quarterbacks make are within a window of velocity of like by 46 to 56 or 57, but most of them don't throw with that wide of a range. But Caleb Williams intentionally throws with the widest range that he's seen, and that maintains spin rotation. So that means that he has control with the ball. So it's a fascinating thing to see about Williams in terms of where that goes. So I just wanted to mention that because I thought
love it.
you'd find that fun. Who else did you have there?
I think an interesting one is Drake Maye. I think Jaden Daniels is awesome. We don't spend too much time on him because I think that's a really, it's a good fit long term, because they have playmakers, but Drake Maye is interesting because they don't really have any of those, and that's the fun part. Is you're going to a receiver room with Pop Douglas is your best guy, right? And that's your best offensive weapon. Ramondre Stevenson's there too, who's pretty solid. But that's going to be interesting to see what they do and what Mayo wants to do to put pieces around him in that front office. So that'll be interesting to see in day 2 and day 3 of this draft who they place around Maye. And it wouldn't surprise me if Brandon Ayuk is a Patriot as well. I think helping him with a veteran receiver like Ayuk would be really impactful in his early career. Because I think Maye is developmentally, in my opinion, the furthest away from, I think even the top 3-4 quarterbacks. I think he has the second highest ceiling, sans Caleb Williams. But I think developmentally, he needs a little more of stability in terms of infrastructure that I don't know if he's getting in New England, but I think it's going to be interesting to find out what they put around him on day 2 and 3. I think the other really interesting one, I think, in this first round so far is Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
And going to the Raiders, because obviously they have Michael Mayer, who I had as a Pro Bowl caliber type tight end. I think he had a really good end of his rookie season. And also, too, this kind of points in an interesting direction for Aiden O'Connell, because everybody was kind of projecting the Raiders to trade up for Michael Penix or JJ McCarthy in some realms, right? But that didn't happen. So I think, they might be giving O'Connell a chance. And with playmakers like that, I mean, you have Adams, Myers, and you have your Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers and, a good running game. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do and how Bowers fits into the fold. But, I think Bowers is another one of those guys that's, in my opinion, a centerpiece type player. And with Adams kind of getting, older in age, I think you need to bring one of those in, because there's, those guys don't exist in every single draft in the offensive side of the football. So he's an interesting one for me there. But I think those, for me, the ones that really stand out. Obviously, I like Odunze as a Chicago Bears fan. I think he fits really well, especially since Caleb Williams is going to be throwing to Odunze for like a decade, which is going to be great.
I like how they're going to adding Bowers gives them an 8th gap on the offensive line, which is going to help Zamir White. I think that's really probably part of the thing, and because they need Zamir White to be able to excel inside. He's an inside runner, and so if you can create an 8th gap for your runner to work through, or whoever else they add, and I'm sure they'll be adding somebody in this draft, I would imagine, maybe a little bit later, who can go outside. That will help that play action game a lot too. So,
100%. No, I completely agree with you.
You're on mute, my friend.
That's what happens whenever I get distracted. on the Bowers Raiders talk, what I like about the Bowers pick for the Raiders, and we talked about this as the first 12 picks went off the board, is some teams were going to have some scenarios that they might not have considered with so many defensive players falling and just with the board happening the way it did. A lot of people had Brock Bowers as a top 5 overall player in this draft.
Absolutely, yeah.
And there was some talk where I think teams are getting way off the track when they start thinking like this. Oh, but what about a tight end salary? How much are you banking in surplus value when a tight end salary tops out at 15 million or 18 million a year, and you could draft a position like tackle or edge or wide receiver that tops out at 25, 30, or even defensive tackle now, 25, 30 million dollars a year. But you get a player like Brock Bowers, and I'm looking at Tom Telesco here, because Tom Telesco, you can look at the state the Chargers were left in, and I was corrected by a lot of people when I put out there like, oh boy, Tom Telesco, what about the Chargers being in salary cap hell? And everyone said, no, that was the ownership did the contracts, not Telesco, which I said, well, now he actually gets to be a GM with the Raiders.
Yeah.
And this move, I think, showed that he's agile. And I think that I can't imagine any team we would look at number 13 and saying that's a bad pick or an indefensible pick, and staying in the moment. And I think we've seen the Vikings do that. I think that we've seen the Lions do.
Yeah, 100%.
So the Lions, and you got to love what the Lions are doing. You know, they didn't sit back. They gave up a third round pick and another pick next year to move up. And of course, because I don't have my TV in front of me, have they announced the pick? I know it's got to be. It is Arnold. It is Arnold. So, you know, and they are reuniting him with Brian Branch. And also, this is a move ahead of Green Bay, who everybody had taking a defensive back, a divisional rival. So that adds. And they tried some stuff. Brandon, you know, they signed CD Deuce, Manuel Mosley. That didn't quite work out. I think they're bringing him back. You know, they tried some Band-Aids, but this is a long-term solution to their woes in the secondary.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you hit the nail on the head, and especially with the NFC North becoming such a competitive division, especially on the offensive side of the ball. Like, I mean, you have some of the best receivers in the league in terms of receiving cores, especially with.
Is there a better division in football right now? I don't know. If there is. I mean,
offensively,
North.
Hey,
I was going to say maybe outside.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. I think this is a good young division when you think of just the youth, especially a quarterback now with Sans, the Lions, right? I mean, with the Vikings and the Packers and now the Chicago Bears taking Caleb Williams. I mean, then you look at those receiver cores, like, you know, your Jefferson, Addison. Then you have the Packers guys who, I think it was Marquise Brown, who was on a podcast, like I think it was last week, and he was asked, like, who do you think has the best receiver core in the league? And I'm thinking, okay, he's probably going to say Philadelphia, Miami. It's like Green Bay. They're pretty good. Those guys can play. And I'm like, Green Bay.
Yeah.
And I'm like, actually, yeah, those guys can. And Wicks, I think, is coming out. I think he's going to be a really good player.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be the centerpiece of the receiving game for them. But I mean, Romeo Dobbs and Watson, when he's healthy, like that's a really good. Like, that's a good nucleus right there. And with Jordan Love ascending, I mean, it's a really good division. But, yeah, I mean, you got to combat that somehow. And especially jumping the Packers here makes a lot of sense. Reminds me of a few years back of when the Eagles jumped the Giants to get Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
Super important. Like, that stuff interdivision is very, very impactful.
I mean, the Steelers would be like the fourth best team in that division, maybe.
Yeah.
100%. For sure.
Even with their new quarterbacks, they get them to third and a half best.
Quarterbacks, though.
Yeah. hey, as a Steelers fan, let me tell you,
Cleveland would be sixth. So, you know, there we go.
You can say it's just how pathetic it is to be a Steelers fan. Well, I'll tell you like this. There's I go to the farmers market. Farmers markets are awesome here. Go to the farmers market wherever you live. It's good food and good people. But he is a Mississippi farmer who's originally from Western Pennsylvania. And there's other stories I could tell about UFOs and the first time I met him, but I'll leave this for another time. We always talk Pittsburgh sports when I see him. And the week, like, I hadn't seen him since before the Justin Fields trade was announced. And that following week, he just saw me coming and he just ran up to me and hugged me. And I mean, I talked to him. We're not close or anything. I mean, certainly never expected him to run to me, hug me. He just ran up and hugged me and said, "Steelers." I mean, it's just something, the possibility of something other than what we've seen at quarterback for the Steelers. Just
sure.
anything different than what we've been seeing. Is that exciting? But yes,
Yeah.
3.5 best.
What was your excitement level with Justin Fields?
Well, we're getting.
It's okay. I mean, we're looking at cornerbacks on a fantasy football show.
So
okay?
the Bears, I just think that, and the thing is, can it be reversed? But I really do think that quarterbacks kind of imprint, emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, how their original situation, whether they're put into a situation to succeed or fail. And I think that Justin Fields was basically set up for failure.
Yep.
I mean, I would say for Bears fans, the only question is the structure with the coaches with keeping Matt Eberflus, and we'll watch what Luke Getsy does with Brock Bowers and company with the Raiders. But I think Justin Fields was set up for failure. I think that he was put in a situation where the things that weren't complete in his game, because when I watched him at Ohio State, there was a lot to like. He just didn't look comfortable attacking as a passer. It didn't seem like his default mode of engaging with the defense. And that's okay. I mean, Colin Kaepernick basically all but won a Super Bowl. If everything is around a quarterback like that, and you can create structure where you're taking some of the thinking away, and then you bring that 11-on-11 speed into play only if you exhaust the reads. You don't have to get him to the point where smoke's coming out of his ears and he's like you train him to like he's chained to the pocket. No, let him play in a way that comes more naturally to him. Sure. And I felt like every year we watch the Bears try to put him in a box, and then kind of either by necessity or maybe by just let's try something different, letting him play in a way that played more natural. And when he played the Steelers, he was outstanding. I know Mike Tomlin remembers this. Yeah, so you put him in a different environment, different culture, different structure, where Arthur Smith's offense, I think, is not going to ask him to do a lot. I mean, I think you're going to the running game is going to set up the pass. You're going to ask him maybe to pull a rabbit out of his hat on a fourth quarter drive because the defense is going to keep things close, and then his confidence comes back. And I think that probably the most interesting thing, as looking for it as a Steelers fan, is just I have to think that Fields is going to win the locker room. I think that's why the Fields
100%.
That's why the Fields trade had to happen before the draft, because people said, well, why not just keep Fields if all you're going to get is a 6th-round pick or a 4th-round pick? Because I don't think there's any way that the Bears could have Fields still in that locker room and have that be Caleb Williams' team. So
you're absolutely right. No, I mean, that's a huge part of it, especially with Justin Fields, being in Chicago. The one thing, I can attest to, watch a lot of the press conferences, and the kid is a really good human being. Mm-hmm. Or seems like it. And I know people who know him on, personal level, people who trained him and have worked with him professionally, and they have nothing but glowing things to say about him as a human. And that was kind of the sentiment around the Bears locker room, was like, I remember DJ Moore was asked right after the Justin Fields trade, you cited potentially playing with the Caleb Williams. He's like, I don't know, I guess. Like, I don't know. Like everybody was like, yeah, we'll play with whoever's here, but like we want Justin.
Yeah.
Like, is Justin Fields, a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback right now? No. But the guys in the locker room would play their tail off for the kid. And that's a really big deal when you're creating an organization and a foundation that's, surrounded by effort, right? You want that guy. And you're right in the fact that the Bears totally failed him from the get-go, because Matt Nagy didn't want him.
Yep.
And
they sabotaged him along with their play calling.
You remember the first game he started?
Cleveland
Browns. Holy cow. Yeah. That was probably the that was like
That was
like
worse than
Apollo,
anything Mike Shanahan ever did to
dude.
this.
That was Apollo, Creed, and Rocky throwing the towel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that was absolutely asinine. Like that was like you could never throw a quarterback out there like that. Like that is just I watched that game and I was surprised that he wasn't seriously hurt.
Shanahan did that to Robert Griffin in year 2.
Yeah.
And it was that same thing. And if Josh Allen were in the Bears organization and treated like that, he would not be the Josh Allen we see today.
No, 100%. And I think that was a big issue with me was like, obviously like Matt Nagy never got his guy at quarterback, if you think about it. I think he was kind of pissed off by that. Like Justin Fields wasn't his guy. He reluctantly, used him and didn't do what he did well. Like he ran Andy's system, right?
Yeah.
And Justin Fields didn't fit in that. It was like when the Bears made the playoffs that one year when who was it? It was Mims when he dropped that ball in the end zone, Mitch Trubisky. Yeah. It was that year Mitch Trubisky was playing quarterback when Matt Nagy literally had to give up play calling. Like the organization made him give up play calling. Yeah. Because he couldn't call plays for Mitch Trubisky. Yeah. And they changed the whole offensive system. Bill Lazor was the OC. Changed the system to 12-13 personnel and give Dave Montgomery the ball 25 times a game and just hope the defense keeps, is staying off the field long enough to keep us in it in the fourth quarter. And that's what it was. And they played well because Mitch Trubisky could, he can design rollouts, half field reads and run and just deliver the ball, one read and run. Yeah. And that worked for Mitch and it got him confident again. But the issue is Matt Nagy went back to calling plays and didn't want to give that up again. And then you're playing in a system that doesn't fit you, square peg, round hole, right? Doesn't fit you whatsoever at that point in Justin's career. And that was my big deal was like this, you can't have this kid processing information he doesn't know what to do with at this point. Like you have to actually develop those skills, and they didn't do that because I think he can be a very good NFL quarterback in the right system. And I think Tomlin, he's my favorite coach in the NFL because he gets the most out of players like Justin Fields.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge deal.
And I'm gonna have some fun with you, Matt, and taking that locker room point one step further. How does Russell Wilson play in the locker room?
Yeah,
who's going to win this locker room? Yeah. So I think that the Bears are going to get a 4th round pick. There's the good news if you're the Bears. Although I do think we have scenarios where people say, well, why couldn't the Bears get this kind of football out of Justin Fields? And
the answer you're going to say is what Brandon already mentioned, because I mean, one of my favorite scouts that I get to talk to regularly when I did the Sam Laporta evaluation, and he wrote me a little bit later on in the year, and he was like, I love that evaluation because what you wrote as the low end expectation happens too often in the NFL. And that is the team that picks Sam Laporta. If it doesn't work out, it's the team where the GM wants him, the coach does. And the coach says, see, I'm going to show you.
I told
you. I'm going to fatten this kid up, tell him to gain muscle. And I'm going to totally eliminate what anything is good about him and make him a big inline tight end, which means he's going to be on my bench playing special teams. And I'm going to say, see, he didn't work out. And that's what Matt Nagy did. I'm so in love with my play sheets that I have them framed up in my kid's basement.
In his basement. It's absolutely right. It's crazy. I mean, and like Luke Getsy, I think, he did an okay job down the stretch. I think too, it's harder when you don't have the 20 touch per game guy to fall back to. Yeah. Right. Like losing Dave Montgomery really hurt them. Yeah. And I don't think anyone realizes how much it hurt them until he was, on a Super Bowl caliber team in Detroit, where you have someone, if it's not working, you can give him the ball and he can keep your offense on schedule. And that's a super important thing. Didn't have that, right? Khalil Herbert oft injured. Roshan Johnson, kind of the same thing. He was injured a lot of his rookie season. Didn't get to play a ton. But I think it's super tough when, you have guys like DJ Moore. And I remember after the first game, like DJ Moore barely got the ball.
Yeah.
Like, and this is the thing, you're trying to figure this out with, your new wide receiver, a new piece, and you're learning all over again. Like Justin Fields has never had a consistent coordinator for more than a year. So he's learning a whole new system, doesn't fit him. Then you're trying to figure it out on the fly. But my hope is that Justin Fields wins over this locker room, wins over Mike Tomlin, and he gets the contract he deserves. Because seems like a great person and someone those dudes in the locker room are going to play for.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bloom, the Buccaneers got Graham Barton out of Duke,
They
which
did.
looks like a really nice deal for them.
And before that, Green Bay actually goes offense. Jordan Morgan,
Tackle,
another tackle. Some might have him slotted in at guard, but it's make the offense, reinforce that offense. And then Barton and Tampa has been in a position for years now to just go best player available. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Go ahead, Brandon. What do you want to say about this?
Yeah, no, I think it's great. I think, when you're Tampa, especially when, you've kind of made the commitment to Baker Mayfield, right? I think getting him kind of his quote unquote best friend in a way is important for his continued development. I think that's super important. I think it's gonna be interesting here to see particularly what Buffalo and Dallas do.
Yeah.
Because this is going to be a range for wide receiver. I am floored that Xavier Worthy is still here.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm the Bills, I am running to the podium.
Yeah. Without a doubt.
And that's the thing is, it'll be interesting to see which one of the Texas guys are
Which
drafted
Texas
first.
receiver exactly?
And I think it's for me unequivocally.
Well,
Xavier Worthy.
I mean, Worthy is a best case scenario for Buffalo as far as how this draft.
Absolutely.
This is what that's what they want, even more than Brian Thomas. The Cardinals go Darius Robinson, by the way. Darius Robinson, edge, can kick inside too. He's got that size. Arizona needs players like that. So remember, this is the pick they got as part of the Will Anderson package.
Right.
When everybody said, are they going to have the first two picks? Everybody, including me, are they going to have the first two picks in the draft? No, far from it, actually. They did get maybe the best player in the draft, but Darius Robinson, and now the Bills. Yeah, and this is one of those. Go ahead.
I'm just still rooting for a team to trade up for Braylon Allen in the first round.
Yeah. Maybe in the top of the fourth.
What's the over-under on when he gets drafted?
Oh, I think it was in the 80s, 70s or 80s, maybe.
It's going to be
it was low.
I'm just interested to see what his suitors are going to be.
Yeah.
That's what I'm really interested to see. I'm seeing what teams are going to be kind of hot and heavy for him because there's Matt, you and I talk about, there's not many teams that fit what he brings to the table.
Yeah.
10 years ago, he'd be a first round pick.
Yeah.
That's how crazy the game has changed. But it's going to be interesting to see where he goes, who the first running back is. I think it's going to be Brooks.
Right. But when?
That was his second round pick, I think.
56.
56? Right. Okay.
Yeah. And that's actually the over under for Brooks was 56.5. It was basically like, will Dallas take him or not? Although Carolina has 2 second round picks, and I think Carolina likes him a lot too. I think we'll see him be the first running back
for sure. I think if you're Carolina,
you're fighting your owner, so I don't know.
What do you do? And you need a lot more than a running back in the second round.
Yeah.
And Chuba Hubbard is not terrible. Miles Sanders isn't very good. You can get a guy like Kamani Vidal in the 5th round. Fine. Right?
Yep. Yeah.
Or get a guy like Dylan Laube and make Bryce Young's life a little easier.
Yep.
You don't need to go draft a guy like Brooks in the 2nd if you're Carolina, but if there's a list of teams I wouldn't want to play for in the NFL, they are at the very top of that.
So
very top.
To answer your question, by the way, it's Circa Sports. 2 days ago,
that's huge in Illinois, by the way. Yeah.
110.5 actually. 110.5.
Really? For Braylon
Allen's draft. Yeah.
Wow.
well,
I've never seen your Steve Carell face before.
Mm,
Yeah, there we go. Look at
I
that.
don't know. I don't even know if I'd probably take. I mean, you got to take that's up there.
Yeah.
well,
The under,
Matt,
right?
Matt, I was going to ask you this because the Chiefs just traded up, by the way.
No way.
Oh.
If you're Buffalo, why would you? If they draft Xavier Worthy, why would you allow that
is
to happen?
Buffalo? Hold on, did Buffalo was the card in? No, the Bills are trading with the Chiefs. What?
Oh my god.
Who did they give? Who did the Chiefs give them? If they get Xavier Worthy, who did they give? Who did they give to the Bills? Because they had to have given somebody to the Bills that they need,
I mean,
right?
no, I mean, it's
I
just
mean-
it seems unless they traded up from the second round and not from pick 32.
Maybe they didn't hear the Rashee Rice news. I don't know. Maybe
right.
that was
Well, that's fascinating to
Or
say the
Marquise
least.
I wonder who
Brown.
this is. I wonder who this is going to be. I
Right.
mean, it's really got to be.
Kadarius Toney.
Oh, when he said that, did you see Veach say that? I was like,
No, I didn't. What
oh my
happened?
god. He's like, oh, was it Reed or Veach, one of the two? And
Mhm.
they're like, oh, Kadarius Toney is the most talented receiver in this room.
Yeah.
Like,
So it is. It is,
yeah.
and you guys going to go,
Yeah.
oh God, really? Albert Breer. It is Xavier Worthy.
Really,
Awesome. Awesome.
I love it. Love it.
Yes, that is.
If you
That
are
might be the
Buffalo-
best match.
If you are the Buffalo Bills, how on earth do you allow that to happen?
Yeah.
You literally have the pick in your hands. You can go
Yeah.
turn the card and draft Xavier Worthy yourself,
Yeah.
and you give Xavier Worthy to the only other person on this planet that could use him as well as Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Josh Allen has nobody to throw the ball to right now.
Well, yeah. Nobody like that. Nobody.
No.
No,
Yeah.
no. And so
Yeah.
what do you like? The thing is, what are you going to do? You can't, like, those guys outside of the top 30, 35 picks in this draft. You're not finding another one of those guys. That's mind-boggling.
That is honestly the worst. That I thought it was good. We were both thinking this is comical if this happens. There's no way this is gonna
Right. It's a
and
punchline.
it just did. I mean,
Well,
that's wow.
It's like Lucy in the football. I mean, we talked about
Yeah.
how the teams like to stick it to their division rivals, but if you're the Bills, the only team that matters is the Chiefs. The Dolphins don't
Literally
matter.
the
The
only
Jets don't
team that matters.
The
to
only
you is
team
the
that matters
Chiefs.
is the Chiefs. Almost to the point where, and I know that, I mean, Brandon Beane, well, see, this is the thing, and this is a theme that has come up many times tonight, is that in the NFL, not all decision makers, but some decision makers, and I'm not specifically calling out Brandon Beane when I say this, but it makes you wonder that they're just so convinced of their own intelligence and wisdom that it never occurs to them that to consider other perspectives. And you would almost want to consider, if the Chiefs want to move up to my pick, who do they want and why? And should I facilitate that? But more so, like, should I want that player?
100%.
Should I want that player? You know?
No, 100%. Especially because this is a, like,
You just
coming into this
gave back.
weekend.
You just gave
Go ahead.
back the only player that could imitate Tyreek Hill
Right.
in this draft.
Oh,
Right.
100%.
I mean-
And you have the thing is, you have full control over that situation.
Yeah.
Like,
The draft
you can go
tells us
turn
that,
the card.
Yeah.
They're gonna now, and I like Keon Coleman, but we're gonna see them pick Keon Coleman now. And
Right.
You
you
think?
know,
Here's
mean,
here's what
Or
I think.
Xavier Legette.
I think what they're gonna do is they might trade up and try to draft Adonai Mitchell,
yeah,
and it's gonna be an absolute dumpster fire.
yeah, because their
Because they're
best
gonna-
receiver is
yeah.
Khalil Shakir, if you
Right.
ask me.
Yeah, and I
That's
think he's a better receiver than Adonai Mitchell is, and that's the issue.
Without a doubt. Yeah, it is because
So-
he's a flanker. He's a flanker slot.
Yeah.
He's not a
He's
not
not
a
your
number one.
outside winner. He's
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
He's
And all
he's, oof.
all the Bills get for this is they get a bump up from 133 to 95 and 248 to 221. And I mean, I almost think, I guess this must just mean Brandon Beane saying the next four receivers on our board are we have ranked
relative to the same. Yeah.
Troy, if we make us take Troy Franklin, we'll take Troy Franklin. You make us take Mitchell, we'll take. I mean, I guess.
Well, we did come. we did talk about the comp of Troy Franklin as Lee Evans, but come on now, that was like many years
Right.
ago, or a Chris
Yeah, no,
Chambers
yeah.
type. But
Yeah,
seriously,
that's a surprising, I
Yeah.
mean, this to me is the most surprising pick.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Because if you're, if you're the Bills brass, your number one goal going into this draft is to put more weapons around Josh Allen. Because
the
no matter
Bills-
what, you have
Yeah.
to keep up with the Chiefs. That like
Yeah.
end of the year, you know how it's going to be. You're gonna have to score more points than Kansas City Chiefs.
the Bills are
And-
Wile E. Coyote in this.
Yeah, that's a good
yes.
way to put it. Yeah, well, I mean, this is the pick that's going to get someone fired, right? I mean, if we're looking at which pick, not the Michael
100%.
Penix pick, this is the pick that's going to get someone fired, and we'll see. Wow, I mean, just
Yeah. Imagine Josh Allen sitting on his couch right now looking at this. How irate would you be if you were him?
He's probably if you ask Stephon Diggs, he's probably busy doing other things right now.
yeah, probably. I mean, that's definitely something you hear. But yeah, it's sad because I mean, this is
Wow.
I feel really terrible, but it just sometimes in the draft. Y'all remember the montage of Jets picks from like the 80s?
Yes.
Remember that? Like
Yes.
that classic.
I wasn't born
you
yet,
know,
but continue.
but
yeah.
by like year 7 or year 8 in that reel, the Jets fans were expecting it. When they finally announced it was Roger Vick or whoever, the Jets fans were like, okay, what's the worst possible pick our team could make? That's who it's going to be. And I think with the Bills, it comes down to like wide right, I guess, that you're going to get right up to the point where you're to the precipice. And then you're going to fumble the ball right at that point. Like I'm sadly that what the Browns were going through when you were so emotionally connected to them.
Oh, you mean like getting to the AFC divisional playoffs and having Baker Mayfield as your quarterback, or now having, as I told Cleveland Browns fans when they asked me, how do you like Baker Mayfield? I say, you're going to have a great team around you. And now you're going to find out you don't have your quarterback. That went over really well, but it's the same thing. I mean, it's like this or having Deshaun Watson now, like it's more of the same. So I certainly understand the Buffalo mentality. It was like a Buffalo, Detroit, Cleveland kind of Great Lakes kind of thing.
Exactly.
I think the Bears were a part of that too, but I think the Bears are just found themselves a quarterback to get out of that. But Worthy, I mean, listen, Worthy, the big thing, he fights the ball a little bit at times. You'll see this even with a lot of these highlight montages. You'll see a little bit of a second catch thing if you really slow it down and nitpick it. But the technique is pretty sound. He's just got to use his fingertips a little bit more. But he makes a lot of tough catches.
He does, and that's the thing. I mean, there's so many people who are like, okay, Adonai Mitchell over Worthy. No, for me, like it is
Not close.
without a doubt. Like Xavier Worthy from the moment he stepped into Austin, Texas, was making plays and did it and does it at all three levels. And that's the thing that's different. Like you're looking at a guy who's not just a deep threat, but this is someone, for me, this is a guy you can rely on to play, for She Rice's whatever happens. He can play a first level role for you. He can be an extension of your run game. He can play deep. And I think honestly his best attribute is actually the red zone.
Yeah. And
That's
great
what he does as well.
He's a good dig route runner who can ping pong off defenders. You may not want that so much at the NFL level, but I like that he accelerates into contact. He's a true football player who drops his pads and finishes and attacks defenders. He's got a little bit more momentum-based power than you would expect. I mean, he's a legit every down receiver who could be a primary for you. And we make fun of Deshaun Jackson in recent years, but before some of those injuries, he was a big time player who had a lot of good years. So I mean, and Isaac Bruce wasn't that big either. He was 168, 170, somewhere in that range, and had a very long and productive career in a tougher era of football. So, Cliff Branch, I was just watching Cliff Branch before, speaking of players before your time, I was watching the great Chris Brown Smart Football showing a Cliff Branch video where Mel Blount basically suplexed him on his head in the late 70s. And he played like another 11 years after that and had a couple
Right.
Pro Bowl appearances, and he was 160 something pounds in the
Y-
tougher era. So
No, 100%.
yeah,
I just, yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Like, I mean, we're in an era right now where size doesn't matter for receivers anymore.
no.
Like, look, Tutu Atwell was lighting up the league for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yep. And I
He weighs
made
like
fun of him more than anybody when he
he's
got
a buck
drafted.
45 soaking wet. So I mean, like, it doesn't. I mean, Devontae Smith showed that too.
Yeah.
But like, now you're right, and just like you and I talked about before, this Deshaun Jackson all over again. Like, this is gonna be something pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, I would say, from a fantasy perspective, Matt, is there any way that the wide receiver 4 spot could be more valuable than this chain of events worthy to the Chiefs?
No, because really it's great, because what this is also is a referendum on Sky Moore, Rashee Rice,
sure.
and Kadarius Toney. I mean, like, you can say goodbye to one of them in camp. Like, they're basically effectively buried or traded or cut.
Right.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There'll be plenty to go. I mean, yeah. So I think that from the fantasy perspective, I'm not sure where it would be in a 1 quarterback draft. I know in Superflex it was the 1-9 spot, and in a 1 quarterback draft it might be more like 1-5. But that pick right at the cusp, and people told me I was wrong. I said, "Wow, it looks like the first 8 picks are going to be valuable in Superflex. 9th pick, we'll see." A lot of people thought it would be Brian Thomas to the Bills, enhancing the value of that pick. Instead, it's Xavier Worthy,
who
to
was
the Chiefs.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, he was my wide receiver 4 in this class, and
Yeah.
it was not that different. And honestly, he was in the same tier as the top 3 guys for me. So it's not like the Chiefs got a steal. I mean,
absolutely, 100%. I thought he was. I thought the furthest he would fall was Miami. Actually,
Yeah.
21 was
Right.
it? I'm like, if he's there, I think McDaniel would be able to control himself. But no, I'm shocked he fell.
and got
28.
trade and the
Bills, the team that needed him the
Bills.
most, the
Yeah.
team that needed Xavier really the most, passed on him.
They're like
Yeah.
they're the guards of the vault who just
Right.
said, "Come on in, yeah, go ahead."
Yeah.
Here's the code. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's really.
I will. We're gonna look back on that moment, and this is gonna be the end of the Bills. I
Yeah.
think there's no coming back from this. I mean, you give away Stephon Diggs, fine, get it. He's older, cause rifts in the locker room. Great. If you can't keep him, you better have a replacement, and a good replacement. And
unless you think unless you have valued Ricky Pearsall, Jermaine Burton, Lad
100%.
McConkey as guys or Troy Franklin is one of those that you feel like you can get enough out of those guys. And I can see an argument for maybe 3 of those guys, but some of those guys aren't going to be second round guys. Like Jermaine Burton to me is a second round talent for sure. But is the character stuff for real? And if it is, he's probably going to go later, but can they get him later?
Yeah, it's going to be
get it out of him.
Yeah, I mean, the Bills are coming up at 32, so it's like what do you do? Like, do you draft Xavier? I mean, Xavier Legette is probably the next guy I would say for them that fits the most. But it's like it's night and day.
Yeah.
Between like guys that can help you right away and guys that might be 2-3 years out. And that's the thing is the next 2 receivers probably off the board are going to be Legette and Mitchell. And those are nice pieces, but both those guys share the same commonality, in my opinion, that these are guys who are 2 to 3 years away from making a significant impact and being an everyday starter. So what do you do? Right? I mean, for me, it's just you should probably just take it in the 3rd round and go get a Javon Baker, who can play a role, who can work on 3 levels. But I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to be forced to take Legette or Mitchell at 32.
And Legette is to me more of an Alshon Jeffrey type than he is. You might as well just be getting Keon,
Yeah.
But like
for sure.
So you're not getting a complete player in that regard. I don't know, man. It's just that if we're gonna, you know, and listen, we're reacting in real time. So if we're gonna take the other side of the argument and say, look, they know what they're doing, then it's because they feel like there's 4 or 5 players that they can get later this round and the next 1 to 2 rounds.
Or I think the other one is Brandon Ayuk's coming to town.
Yes, there you
That's
go.
the only other thing that I could think of is
They know.
you have to
Yeah.
know something's going on.
Yes.
Yeah, that's an interesting
yeah.
thought.
And and it's
something we
important to
find
do
out.
that exercise is to play
Yeah.
like what rather than react. They don't know what they're doing.
Like why?
Why do
What
they
kind
know
of
Do you
what
think
they're
they
doing?
would? Well, if they trade for Brandon Ayuk, that would make me think they know what they're doing. So we'll see if the other shoe drops. We did see some shoes drop in the picks. Tyler Guyton. A lot of people had him going to Dallas. So if they pick up some extra draft capital, you know, that's a good pick. That's a good intersection of quality of this class, of need, of where this team. I mean, the Cowboys definitely did not win the offseason. We'll just say that. And at the very least, this is some balm for those wounds. And then the Ravens take Nate Wiggins. The Ravens get a super athletic corner. I like in Dane Brugler's piece, he compared him to Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie. I remember watching Rodgers-Cromartie at the Senior Bowl, and you could just see like physically length and speed. It's everything you want. Now, how's that going to play? Not exactly the most rugged player, but Baltimore, I think we'll know what to do with him. And we get to San Francisco. Real quick, Brandon, since we still got you, who are some of the players you're most looking forward to hearing tomorrow night to hear their names called?
I think Jonathan Brooks. So I like his game a lot.
Oh yeah.
Spencer Rattler. He's gonna be someone that's interesting to see where he falls in day 2. Another guy I think's a day 2 pick. I don't know if he's picked on day 2. Malik Washington. Like his game a lot. And then Ricky Pearsall. I think that's another one too. Lab McConkey, but also too, I could see him going in the next 2 picks. If Ayuk is out of town, he's a good replacement in the Shanahan system and what he can do as a route runner, especially on outbreakers and how well Purdy throws those. So I think those are my big ones. But if I couldn't say one guy, I'm really intrigued to see where he goes. Eric All Jr.
Oh yeah. Well, there's certain players that the draft capital gives us, at least in that organization, an idea of what they think about the medicals on a player.
Exactly.
And there's 4 or 5 guys who could be the second tight end off the board. It's
For
unclear.
sure.
And there could be a team that could have him tight end too, without a doubt, if their medical staff checked everything out and said, yep. So yeah, that's the tight ends. I think we're going to see tomorrow night at some point, most people saying the 3rd round, we're going to see a running back run. Obviously, the 2nd round is going to have a lot of wide receivers, and we are going to see those tight ends come off the board probably about the same time that running backs do. And as a lot of people have been saying, we're going to see a top 100 the first 2 days, massively offense dominated. It's not just the 1st round. It's going to continue into tomorrow, and we'll see. Another thing real quick on this Worthy talk that I wanted to mention is there was a lot of mocks breaking towards Worthy going to the Colts at 15. And Worthy's original draft prop over under, I think, was like 17.5. But then again, so was Mitchell's. So 15 didn't seem that outlandish. And you wonder if the defensive player is being pushed down the board so that the Colts end up taking the first defensive player. Is that a butterfly wing that starts Worthy to the Chiefs? When we think about how all these pieces fit together. And, I think even when people were discussing the Patrick Mahomes story, that the Chiefs wanted Paxton Lynch. That's who they originally wanted.
Right.
The Broncos got ahead of them. And sometimes things that you feel like are bad events are good events. I mean, again, I said this at the top of the show, like the draft, we see into the future during the draft, but we don't understand what we're looking at until we catch up with it a few years down the line.
Right. For
and
sure.
We're, one of the things I feel like the draft stands for is we don't know. The teams certainly don't know. the players, well, some of the players know. Some of the players are going to about to see that, well, maybe they don't know. But I think that's the thing that it reminds me of, is that the final arbiters are always the players, and the players absolutely have the ability, as a lot of them have already, to yank their destiny into these other stories where the universe or where their circumstances are trying to say no. Even their draft circumstances are trying to say no. This is all you are. This is all you can be. And they say that's not actually true, and I'm going to show you. And other players are just not up to that. And that's why the Matt Waldman great emotional divide is often why these results seem so confusing or unpredictable, because of that spiritual, mental, psychological element. Lad McConkey is a name that definitely I think would be kind of scary to imagine on the 49ers, especially if they're about to trade one of their wide receivers. I guess, Matt, should we, and Brandon just brought up Ayuk potentially as a trade. If we see the Niners go wide receiver here, do you think we're going to see one of these? The Deebo Samuel's name is also out there. One of these receivers getting traded very soon.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very high likelihood here, especially given what we just saw unfold. So, I mean,
yeah.
No, I agree.
As we're waiting around for the pick, I guess I'll ask you, Matt. Who are you excited to see? Which team are you going to applaud when they take the players that you like, your day 2 favorites?
Well, certainly, Brandon mentioned a lot of those guys that we share in common, which would be Jonathan Brooks and, the kid out of UVA, Malik Washington. Certainly McConkey on there. I like Burton as a player, so I think that's a fun one for me. I'm interested to see where Blake Corum goes.
Yep.
I'm a big fan of what I see with his game. Ben Sinnott. I'm a big Ben Sinnott fan, and I would really like to see what team takes him. I think Miami would be a great fit for him, where he could.
Yeah, he's just a fun player. I think.
Yes.
I think also too, a team that misses out on the Bowers, Colts.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a great one too. I mean, but yeah, Ben Sinnott's one of those just fun to watch players in this class.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Ben Sinnott snow game is going to be forever etched in my brain. It's one of the best tape ever watched.
Ricky
there
Pearsall.
It is. I'm glad you didn't say Ricky Pearsall. I'm glad you didn't say that, because he's not going to be.
Wow.
Yep. And that's it. I mean, and it makes sense, because to me, I mean, I had Ricky Pearsall 2 spots above Lad McConkey. And only reason being that is that Pearsall's proven what he can do with his hands against press coverage. McConkey hasn't had to show that he needed to use his hands against press coverage in a lot of situations. And there were times that he did get manhandled because he didn't use his hands. So, Pearsall gives you that speed. He gives you that kind of Brandon Lloyd, Dante Pettis. I know that's going to scare 49ers fans. Silky smooth kind of ability at the catch point. But he's also a separator. He's got skills as a separator, and that's
good size too. That's another thing. That's that's the one thing that's a little tougher about Lad McConkey is like he doesn't have the size to win in contested catch situations. That's the tough thing. The play has to be. I mean, he's one of the cleanest separators in this class, but the play has to be clean.
Yeah,
and that's the interesting part. But yeah, Ricky Pearsall's I think he's a great fit there. And that tells me Ayuk's probably gone, right?
Yeah.
Or what you're doing is Deebo Samuel is on the way out, and you're trying to get a more traditional 11 personnel, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that's tough is like with Deebo Samuel is you can't give him traditional receiver routes.
Yep.
Touches that they manufactured, and this is going back to college. Like,
but you can give Ronnie Bell that opportunity.
Ooh,
you can give Ronnie Bell, who showed up fairly nicely in the preseason and early in the year. If they like Ronnie Bell, because Juan Jennings is definitely a nice slot, but really a slot special teamer. Right. Ronnie Bell could be more of a flanker in that offense.
Yeah, could play that role 100%. I think it's going to be, it's going to be who they keep, either Ayuk or Deebo. I think that's the interesting part of this.
So the Bills
because
trade
also
out of the. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, obviously you have George Kittle, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the Bills did trade out, so
They trade. So the Bills at this point at pick 28, when they looked at their board, they just said, "Eh." And then now they only moved down one spot, so they get a very. Wouldn't it just make sense for them to trade down again? I mean, if there's nobody worth taking at 32, then there's nobody worth taking at 33, right? So
Right.
this is. I don't know if you're trying to emulate the Rams here, saying, "Hey, early draft picks don't matter in the year the Rams actually have an early draft pick," but they're just accumulating, third day capital, a little bit of second day capital. They move down to 33. Carolina comes up. I don't even remember. Matt, I asked Jordan who should they trade up for. Was it Ricky Pearsall? I don't even remember who it was.
Yep. He's a Ricky.
So he was one pick late.
He's one of the trio of us who were big Ricky Pearsall fans. So
yeah. So we'll see what Carolina does. Hopefully it's not. When I saw the
Spencer Rattler.
Right, 7th quarterback. I think Robert Wright said he was betting on seven quarterbacks. I think in jest, but so we'll see. We'll see what the Panthers are doing. Certainly, the name Jonathan Mingo's come up a few times tonight, or at least from Jordan a lot. A great pick. Maybe they get a redo here, and then the Bills.
I mean, who do you take? That's the thing is, like, if you're the Panthers, like, who do you take here that you love?
Right, because you give up a power position in the draft. The 33rd pick is a
100%.
power position.
That is a premium position in the draft. And then
arguably,
the Bills,
it has more trade value than 32.
I don't even arguably. It absolutely does. Because now what you do is you have all these GMs and front office personnel. They go to sleep tonight and say, shit, we need this. We need to go get it now or else this team's going to take it.
Mm-hmm.
So now the Bills are in that position, which is a good position for them to be in, even though just mess up with the century, not getting Xavier Worthy. But I mean, the Panthers, I don't know why they would do this. I mean, here goes this. You go draft McCarthy. Okay. Your 3 receivers are Deontay Johnson, Adam Thielen, McCarthy.
It's Xavier Legette. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No one wins the ball. Xavier Legette here it is Xavier Legette?
It is Xavier Legette.
Oh my God! Why
would you Dave Canales said, "Oh, I told 50 guys that we were going to take him." Well, we weren't going to take him at 32. We took him 33. But I mean, what was interesting is I was chatting with Edgar Salmingo, who's been covering the Panthers for a while, like chatting with him about the Panthers, and he mentioned a bunch of receivers. And I asked him, I said, "Wow, there's a lot of different archetypes." He said, if the Panthers take a receiver, it's going to be one of these 5 or 6 guys. Like, wow, there's a lot of different archetypes. What's the commonality? He's like, well, the commonality is these are the guys they've shown interest in. And it just makes you wonder, like, do they have a plan? Matt, how do you see him fitting in with what they already have?
He's a situational player. That's what you're getting because he's not a route runner on a high level in terms of what you want from a complete receiver. So you're going to need to scheme plays. You're going to use them on RPOs. You're going to use them on crossing routes against zone. You're going to use them on some verticals where you can get them at the boundary and maybe inside out routes, kind of like a Kenny Golladay type of player, but maybe, that's kind of how they're going to have to use him because he doesn't offer you he has weight drop as a runner to be able to develop into an actual hard break route runner like on timing routes, but he doesn't show that with his routes yet. He just shows it as a ball carrier. So he's got to develop that. So when you look at plugging all that in, he's not a guy that's going to replace Adam Thielen and Deontay Johnson. He's not.
And that's the issue is like, you draft a player like that in the first round.
You're expecting him to play right away.
Right.
It's just like, it's the same thing that you did last year with the Ole Miss kid. In essence, is that you drafted a similar type of player in many respects who needs to be developed. And this looks like David Tepper out thinking himself, thinking, overanalyzing this and going, well, we need a kid who's a local kid, a local product who's going to fill the seats, and who's going to excite, and because this happens a lot. I mean,
it does.
It happens so much, and we want to generate excitement, and it's just like, this is not a good pick, and he could become a good football player, but the NFL comparison is AJ Brown. Listen, do not insult AJ Brown. I like Legette as a player, but listen, AJ Brown was a complete player from the get-go who could run every route and play all three positions, and was massively underrated by some people. He's like T.O. with better hands. Okay, Legette is Alshon Jeffrey with not as good routes,
100%
more speed.
Yeah, I had Legette as a Treylon Burks type player.
Yeah, it's all 6 degrees of messing up AJ Brown decisions.
And that's the thing. It's like, at the high end, he can be a Mike Williams type player, right?
Yeah,
but not a wide receiver one in offense.
No,
either way. So you don't draft a player like that in the first round. So I mean, this is Dave Tepper. But
exactly. Well, one of the themes again over the course of the night is, there are good organizations doing good things. Detroit, Philadelphia,
I just hate
Kansas City.
Bryce Young.
Well, that's the thing is, and with Bryce Young,
it sucks for Bryce Young.
I mean, that's the thing is, and we're looking at a similar situation to Justin Fields in that he was put in a situation where it was going to be really difficult for him to succeed. I like doing the thought experiment of what if CJ Stroud had gone number one? How different would the conversation be about him and Bryce Young right now? How important is the player? How important is the organization? I think it's a convergence of terrible forces with Bryce Young. And you're looking at another quarterback that's probably going to be traded for, a day 2 or day 3 pick in the 3rd or 4th year of his rookie deal because he's been set up to fail. But the theme over the course of the night is there are bad organizations. There are organizations where things go wrong because the GM and head coach are having some sort of pissing contest. There are organizations where the owner gets too involved. The Panthers continue to be one of those. And this is one of those, again, sometimes the draft gives us these events that resonate with the nature of an organization. This is just another moment that shows you this is how the organization got to be where they are. Go ahead, Matt.
And we talked about this earlier at the midpoint of the draft when you asked me about like defensive players dropping and this was the idea that the smart teams at the bottom of the draft are gonna really reap the rewards. And then the corollary that we mentioned is, but some of these impetuous owners or some of these teams are going to overthink it, and they're going to bumble opportunities that they had, and we're going to look back and go, "Wow!" And we'll see if we don't see Ayuk in Buffalo,
right?
Or then that may be one of those. And David Tepper with Xavier Legette. I mean, unless they saw Xavier Legette running routes like AJ Brown. And he's like, shh, don't tell anybody. I've just, I've been like holding this in my back pocket at South Carolina, which is absolutely like on the level of saying that aliens are going to come tomorrow and communicate with the world, and in every language and just like hold a news conference, it could happen, but it probably is not going to happen.
Yeah. If there's one big takeaway from tonight, it is that David Tepper does not read the RSP, but Terry Fautanu does. Terry Fautanu, the big RSP reader.
Apparently he bookmarked it.
Yes. No, it's good stuff as always. We had some moments. Look, I talked about this earlier this week. If you're doing a mock draft and you don't have at least one pick that everybody will say that's impossible, that will not happen, then you're not really trying, because every year we get at least one of those and some of these scenarios to play out. And of course, thanks to everybody tonight that came on, Paul Perticchese, Saturday to Sunday, Daniel Harms in Harms Way 19, Football Guys, Jagger May, Fantasy Blue Chip, awesome dude, Football Guys. So it's such a wonderful thing to have him as part of our staff. Jordan Vanek, and Brandon Angelo Fantasy, Angelo _fantasy, Angelo Analysis. Brandon, what's going to stick with you from this night when you look back
Oh,
on it
man.
years from now?
So I'm a Bears fan, so I'm gonna say Caleb Williams from Odunze because nothing can stop that high.
It's a
That's
best case
incredible.
scenario.
But I'm just irrationally mad right now about the Bills not drafting Xavier Worthy and let Patrick Mahomes. Like, I just can't get that out of my head. In every iteration of the universe, that is a bad idea in each one of them. Like,
It's a good argument that the NFL is fixed.
Right. Well, or this is like, hey, maybe this is like whenever Luke's arm gets cut off in Empire Strikes Back.
Sure.
This is a cliffhanger of like the Mahomes, the inevitable Chiefs want to bend the events of the universe to their will again.
I love it.
But yeah.
I'm always going to be a Mahomes fan, so it's like, to me, it's like, oh my goodness. But I feel it for the Bills. I'm with you, Brandon. I mean, like, that's just an awful.
Yeah,
Right.
I feel for the Bills fans, but we'll see if they get Ayuk. All's forgiven. And there'll be other twists and turns that we may not see coming that forgive 100%. The Bills or other teams for their transgressions.
Cleveland will say, "Hold my beer," I promise.
Right,
usually do.
Yeah. So but this builds up all this wonderful kinetic energy. At Football Guys, we're going to be covering the draft every number of possible ways. Get your RSP. Post-draft RSP is going to be coming out. But
subscribe to Brandon's site.
Yeah, subscribe to Angelo Analysis, and learn a lot like we do every year, and we love spending time with you, everybody. Thanks for giving us this opportunity again. It's so great. A draft is about hanging out with your friends, spending time with people that you enjoy being with, doing something you enjoy, and you give us that opportunity so often, folks.
I was going to ask, what were we doing then? But okay.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. That's everyone should be a fan on draft night. Everyone should spend time with their football friends. With the people that when the brain cells get popping, beards get open, whatever. It's some of the good times that you look forward to, and I certainly always look forward to getting to do this with Matt and with all of our wonderful guests. I'm going to be writing up the breakdown of the first round, and Bloom 100 will be out next Tuesday, and there'll be all kinds of other stuff popping at Football Guys. So everybody, thank you again for allowing us to serve you. It's a pleasure. It's a privilege. And have a good sleep, and we'll do it all again tomorrow.